Thanks very much. Good morning, Council. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation, and the Order of the Ministry of Public Safety, Emergency Act number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. If we lose my connection, we'll have to recess the meeting until my connection is restored. And that also applies if you lose any of your connections during the voting process. And of course, we have the staff on hand to help you get back online if that happens. The live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only. Presentations and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Councillor Ross reminded that we need to ensure that quorum is, there's quorum during the meeting, so please make sure that your video is enabled. Of course, we acknowledge we're in the unceded traditional territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all who live, work, and play on these lands. And really want to thank the staff at the city, all folks across the organization who are doing everything they can to help the city move along, especially during this time of COVID. So thanks very much, and I'll go back to the clerk for the roll call, please.
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, are you on the line? Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kubiang. Councillor Kubiang, are you on the line? Councillor Dejanova, I see you on the line. Just test
Yes,
your, thank you.
I'm connected again.
Thank you. You
Present.
have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. The public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link, and follow along at Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on at VanCityClerk. Today we have one proclamation, one presentation, one unfinished business item, one communication memo, 4 staff reports, 4 referral reports, if not adopted on consent. We have 4 bylaws, 3 administrative motions, and 2 members' motions. We have notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. Plan for today is we'll go from 9:30 till noon to deal with regular council business, and then break from noon till 1 for lunch, move in camera from 1 till 3, then return to council at 3 p.m. to deal with the remainder of the agenda. We'll recess at 5 p.m. for dinner and return to complete the agenda at 6 if that's necessary. First I'm going, before we get on with regular business, I am going to read a proclamation for Waste Reduction Week. Whereas the generation of solid waste and needless waste of water and energy resources are recognized as global environmental problems, and whereas municipal governments have an important role to play in promoting waste reduction, reuse, recycling, composting, and other conservation matters, whereas communities, businesses, and organizations across Canada have committed to working together to raise awareness of these issues during Waste Reduction Week in Canada, whereas the city has a long-term strategic vision for Vancouver to achieve the goal of zero waste by 2040, and whereas National Waste Reduction Week is meant to draw the attention to the richness and diversity of the natural world and to the importance of working towards ecological sustainability through waste avoidance and resource conservation. Now, therefore, I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim the week of October 19th to 25th, 2020 as Waste Reduction Week in the City of Vancouver. Thanks very much for council for your indulgence there. And now we need a motion on in camera. We're required to go in camera. Somebody moved a motion to go into camera later this week.
So moved, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. Seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Thanks very much. That carries unanimously, and the reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda for those who are wondering. So we'll go through minutes, Council. We have 4 minutes to get through. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the Council City and Finance Services meeting of September 16th, 29th, and 30th. Any corrections to the minutes? And you can just let me know verbally if there's any corrections. If you don't hear any, would someone like to move adoption?
Moved Hardwick.
Thank you. Seconder?
Carr, second.
Thank you. Yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Minutes 2 are the public hearing of September 17th and 30th. Any corrections to the minutes? Move adoption, please.
Councillor, so move.
Councillor Carr, and I didn't hear the second councillor, sorry.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks, carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the business license hearing of September 29th. Any corrections? Someone like to move?
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. Seconder?
Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay.
And if we haven't been there, we'd abstain.
Sorry?
And then if we haven't been there, would we abstain?
This is just the minutes, so there's no vote. We're just approving the minutes, so you don't have to, there's no abstention on minutes. We're just accepting the minutes. So all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks very much. Carries unanimously. Minutes 4, the minutes of the public hearing of October 6th. Any corrections to the minutes? Can we have a mover?
So move. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Seconder?
Hardwick.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, Council, now we're moving on to matters adopted on consent. We have Communication 1, reports 1 to 4, and referral reports 1 to 4 on the consent agenda. For consideration, if you just want to put yourself on the list, if you'd like to hold one of those. I'm just, sorry, I'm going to pull up my voting panel here.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Bly. I can't connect to the remote desktop at this moment. Can I go on the list, please?
Sure can. I'll put you on here, Councillor. Oh, there you go. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to hold communication number 1, 2021 council meeting schedule, please.
Hold the schedule. Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bly.
I'd like to hold report number 1, please.
Okay, thanks very much. Anybody else? I don't see anybody in the queue and no points of personal privilege. And so
I'll move the consent agenda.
I'm just going to ask for conflict of interest. Anybody have conflicts on any of these items? I don't hear anybody, so thank you, Councillor Carr, for moving this. And do we have a seconder?
Councillor Kirby.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks very much. That has passed unanimously. I'm just going to read through the titles of the what has been Communication 1 was held by Councillor Hardwick. Report 1 was held by Councillor Bly, but the Report 2, 2021 exempt seniors housing was passed. Report 3, capital grant for redesign at 1015 East Hastings Street was passed, and Report 4, cemetery bylaw amendments and fee increases. Also, referral reports, CD1 rezoning on 4795 Main Street, CD1 rezoning on 949 West 41st Avenue, CD1 rezoning on 2924 Venable Street, and CD1 rezoning on 1281 Kingsway. Those have all been passed on consent. Thanks, Council. Let me get through my agenda here. Okay, so we're on to presentation. Oh, sorry. Clerk, though, we'll hear those held items after the presentations. That's correct, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. And we have one presentation today. Our presentation is the climate change adaptation strategy update, and we have Tamsin Mills here to provide a presentation.
And Mayor, this is Gil Kelly. If you don't mind me just introducing this topic, I'll then turn it over to Tamsin.
Oh, with pleasure. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, Mayor and Council. Gil Kelly, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. We're quite pleased today to bring you our update of the city's climate change adaptation strategy. You might remember very early in your term in December of 2018, we brought you the update then of this adaptation strategy, and you asked for periodic updates. And so we're bringing you this one today. We had actually originally scheduled it on November 3rd when we have two other sustainability and environment related items coming to you, but we found the opening on today's calendar, and the November 3rd date's a bit loaded, so we're happy to do this today. And I just wanted to make one point about this, or a couple. One is that the COVID-19, of course, has consumed a lot of our attention as a sort of tidal wave landing over the globe. The recession that's been accentuated by COVID and will probably, at least in my mind, last 2 to 5 years beyond the time when we have a COVID vaccine distributed, is another enormous wave coming at us. But if you think about climate change, and this is a cartoon we found, in my own mind, it's probably 10 times that height, will be coming right at us with big implications for cities around the globe. And when we think about climate change, we typically divide that into kind of two conceptual areas for action. One is to mitigate further increases in greenhouse gas emissions, and you'll be hearing a lot about that on November 3rd when we come forward with the Climate Emergency Action Plan. The other piece is really around adapting to the legacy emissions that are already in the atmosphere and will continue. Even if we stopped all greenhouse gas emissions tomorrow, we are dealing with a legacy of climate change that will continue to accelerate no matter what we do on the mitigation side. So this is already baked in, if you will. And here, the burden for such things as sea level rise, increasing heat island effect, increasing storm activity that results in urban flooding, hotter summers, poor air quality from forest fires, those kinds of effects of climate change that's already in the system and will continue to accelerate. Really, that burden for action falls largely on cities, to some extent on provinces and national policy, but really the burden comes down heavy on what are cities going to do to make that adaptation to climate change. And so the city has produced a strategy, and we continue to update that and refine it. And so I want to give that context and turn it over to Tamsin Mills from our sustainability group, who's been leading this effort to keep it current, to keep learning, to keep adapting here on this important half of the climate change discussion, if you will. And so we hope you really take this in and absorb it and give us your questions today and things we might think further about, because this will be a big responsibility for cities in reimagining our shoreline, our protections, our ability to green the city for heat island effect and so forth and so on, deal with urban flooding and air quality that may affect seniors and vulnerable populations especially. So these are things that we're going to need to do as a city. And so today is kind of a sober reminder of that obligation that falls on us. So I think with that, we have a number of people from our sustainability group here online to help answer questions, but I'm going to turn it over to Tamsin Mills at this point. So take it away, Tamsin.
Thanks very much, Gil, and good morning, Mayor and Council. This morning, I'll go over some background on the adaptation update in 2018, including the highest risk impacts anticipated as a result of local climate change projections. And then I'll highlight some examples of the progress to respond to these impacts. And Gil did a fantastic job of outlining some of the areas of those impacts and responses. He also mentioned the two sides of the carbon action or climate action coin. So we have climate change mitigation, which is decreasing our carbon pollution. And you'll hear a lot more about that on November 3rd. So then this morning, we're talking about adaptation. So really working on being prepared and responding to impacts of climate change. And of course, these are inextricably linked. If we don't do a great job at mitigating climate change, those impacts are likely to become very unmanageable and costly. A recent quote from the Insurance Bureau of Canada that speaks to this: while we tend to focus on the investment required to reduce our emissions, the cost of inaction is also striking, and it far outweighs the investment needed to hit our carbon reduction targets. The longer we wait, the higher the cost will be, and the more opportunities Canada will lose to stay competitive. Responding to climate change, both on the mitigation and adaptation side, can be integrated. So Simon Fraser University has coined the term low carbon resilience to really focus on bringing these together. So some examples we can think of are energy efficient buildings that are also resilient to shocks and stresses, or urban forests and green infrastructure that provide a range of co-benefits for adaptation and also provide the opportunity to sequester carbon. We don't have to think that far back to think about impacts of climate change. Just to September and those poor air quality days, we can see that those air quality days related to particulate matter, which is when wildfires are burning inside or outside the region, those are really increasing in frequency. They're happening more often and they're increasing in duration. So we're getting longer air quality advisories. And we can add a bar here for 2020. And as these impacts increase, so do the costs. The Global Federation of Insurance Associations states that weather-related losses have tripled since the 1980s. And the World Economic Forum, which publishes annually a global risk report, identified natural hazard risk, extreme weather, and the failure of climate action in the top 5 risks this year in 2020. The good news is that adaptation has value. So across a range of studies, we find that $1 spent in preparation saves an average of $5 in avoided costs down the road. We also know that climate change disproportionately impacts individuals, groups, and neighborhoods. The map in the background is from a project between Vancouver Coastal Health and UBC called Community Health and Climate Change. And this specific map shows the differing capacity to adapt to extreme heat across neighborhoods and across groups. And I will speak to extreme heat a bit further on in the presentation. A bit of history of climate adaptation in Vancouver. In 2012, the first strategy was approved, one of the leading ones in Canada. And after implementing those actions over years, we updated the action plan in 2018. And while the actions may have changed, the priority risks for Vancouver have not. With anticipated increase in intensity and frequency of rainfall and sea levels rising, we have an increase in flood risk. Specifically, we could see greater flooding during high tide and a storm surge event around our coastline in the short term, with that risk increasing as sea levels rise. We can also see our sewer systems becoming overwhelmed more frequently, resulting in flooding in low-lying areas and increased runoff directly to water bodies. With increasing frequency and intensity of summer heat and heat waves, as well as those poor air quality alerts and drought, we should be especially concerned about health impacts, specifically to those groups more vulnerable to impacts like this. And this summer was quite eye-opening with the overlapping hazards of air quality, heat, and COVID, and the intersecting vulnerabilities to those three things. Buildings in Vancouver are not designed for the heat of today, let alone for future hot summers. With less snowpack in our water supply watersheds, we are looking for other water management solutions, and our natural assets suffer greatly in periods of drought. This picture is a bit grainy, but it does have a tree down on the house. And we can anticipate increased intensity and frequency of extreme events, whether that's windstorms, rainstorms, or in the shorter term snowstorms. And these are hard on all our assets and our public safety and come with increased cleanup costs and increased service disruptions. The province completed a climate risk assessment for the province in 2019. And here I'm showing the 6 risk events that scored highest in terms of risk. You can see wildfire, water shortage, and heat wave are all on this top list. So moving on to our action plan, we have core actions, which are really what we're doing, and enabling actions, which are process-based and looking to mainstream adaptation into the way we do business. We have 84 core actions and 17 enabling actions, and these all have staggered start dates from 2019 through to 2023, when we expect the next update of the strategy. And all the actions are on track, either in the planning stage, underway, or completed. So now I have the pleasure of presenting the work of many departments across the city, as well as the Park Board, in 5 different areas: robust infrastructure, resilient buildings, healthy natural and green areas, prepared connected communities, and protected coastlines. So when we think of climate robust infrastructure, we think about infrastructure that can incorporate greater rainfall over time, help to reduce flood risk, and manage water supply and demand. The Southlands Drainage Study recommends improvements to the connectivity of the existing ditch network to mitigate present and future flooding in the area. It's complete and moving to implementation. The water conservation team is working toward a 15% reduction in per capita potable water use by 2030 through a focus on fit for use water management, residential water metering, and pressure monitoring and water loss and leak detection. And we have the award-winning Rain City strategy well into implementation with watershed planning and modeling, a pervious pavement program, and constructed green rainwater infrastructure. And a great example of that, the latter, is the Richard Street bike lane. This center photo is showing the soil cells, and on the right, you have the permeable pavers going in and the tree trenches. So we're going to see over 100 new trees in this on this bike lane, which helps mitigate urban heat island effect, and 11 million liters per year of water diverted from the sewers by this project. Climate resilient buildings provides a great example of mitigation and adaptation coming together with streamlining of heat pumps. Heat pumps are a low carbon way of cooling and heating buildings. We also have the green infrastructure team researching enhanced standards for thermal comfort to ensure we're comfortable inside both during heat waves and year round. And there's a team looking into multiple pathways and co-benefits for stormwater management on private buildings. And that includes resilient roofs. And not that far from City Hall on the rooftop of Helena Guttridge Plaza, there's a pilot project with the city and BCIT. And they're looking at 4 types of roofs, so blue roof, conventional roof, green roof, and the blue-green roof in the upper right corner. And the study is focused on surface temperature and water balance. And in a short time of findings, they've found so far that the blue-green roof can hold water in the soil medium, as well as those permavoid cells you can see. So it discharges far less water to the sewer system than a conventional blue or green roof. It better supports plant life and reduces surface temperature. These are popular in the Netherlands, these blue-green roofs, and I'm interested to see how the rest of the study goes. Urban forests and natural areas play an important role in adapting to climate change. Urban canopy cover can provide shade during hot summers and aid in rainwater collection. Natural areas can help buffer against the impacts of climate change, such as wave attenuation at the New Brighton Salt Marsh. And it can also help protect biodiversity, which is threatened further by climate change. The biodiversity strategy and expansion of forest naturalization both support restoring and enhancing natural areas and increasing the diversity of our natural spaces and habitat in the city. We've increased trees in the city with over 150,000 trees planted since 2011 and increased retention of trees on private property. More work needs to be done on the Stanley Park fire preparedness and on bringing multiple departments together to get more trees planted on the downtown east side where we know there's a deficit. A great example of departments coming together to provide a range of co-benefits is the Sunset Park Prince Edward Street bioswale. This bioswale infiltrates water from over 2,000 meters squared of impervious surface. And in addition to rainwater management, provides green space, biodiversity and habitat enhancement, an informal play area, and a great shady refuge for hot summers. This is really a multifunctional space. VEMA is developing a call to action to plan and prepare for self-sufficiency across hazards. So moving away from earthquake-centric preparedness to preparedness across hazards, including climate-related hazards. In 2019, we developed clean air spaces in the city. So those are city facilities that have a higher level of air filtration. And those were activated for the first time this September, and we'll continue working on improving and expanding those. In 2019, we also worked with the nonprofit Evergreen to engage over 500 people, including seniors and residents of Vancouver's downtown east side, to better understand their lived experience and preferences during extreme heat and smoke events. And so we can start to incorporate those findings in our heat response. REFM and ACCS are looking at short and long-term plans for health and safety in non-market housing during heat waves. And they've just completed a cooling study looking at both passive and active cooling strategies in non-market housing. A great project we did this summer was a citizen science campaign to map neighborhood level heat in the city. So we had over 50 volunteers cycling or driving electric vehicles around routes 3 times during the day. And we're looking forward to the mapping outcomes of that project to share them widely across the city. In terms of coastline preparedness, city staff have collaborated with the port and other stakeholders in the waterfront road area by the Seabus station. And that's resulted in completion of a flood risk assessment and construction of a flood protection berm that protects a range of critical infrastructure in that area. The St. Paul's Resilience Rezoning condition included a climate risk assessment of the new campus design, including consideration of sea level rise, heat, and increased rainfall. And as part of the Vancouver plan and inspired by New York City's Rebuild by Design and San Francisco's Resilient by Design, the City of Vancouver launched the Sea to City project in 2019. Staff are now completing phase 1 of this process, which focuses on engaging residents, businesses, and community groups in False Creek. And next year, staff will launch this innovative planning and design challenge, which will create a vision and framework to guide urban development and ecological revitalization in False Creek and along the Fraser River foreshore in response to sea level rise and coastal flooding. So switching gears to enabling actions or more process-oriented actions, TCFD stands for the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. And we've reported on this now 2 years in a row. And we're working with professional accountants and cities across Canada, especially Toronto and Montreal, on maturing that reporting and improving it. Currently, climate risk is being integrated into our asset management policy, and we continue to work with partners. The example here is our work over the last 3 years with BC Housing and BC Nonprofit Housing Association to provide webinars and workshops on addressing heat and responding to heat in nonprofit housing. I think we have some opportunities to improve our adaptation work. We can better integrate equity, as well as integrating mitigation and adaptation and looking for the synergies between the two. We can also improve our collaboration when it comes to planting trees in the downtown east side and all the great projects that are underway to mitigate the urban heat island effect. Next steps are to continue strategy implementation and to integrate adaptation and multi-hazard resilience into the Vancouver plan. We expect the next full refresh of the adaptation strategy in 2023, following the next reporting of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So that finishes the update for 2020 on the adaptation strategy. Thank you very much. And questions, please.
Thanks so much for your presentation. I've got Councillor Carr on the queue. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate this update. Great work. My first question is a really simple one. I know that you just finished saying the next IPCC 6 assessment report would be 2023. On the IPCC sites, it always says 2022. Why the discrepancy?
Yes, sorry, I should have been more clear. So the IPCC reporting is coming out in 2022. We need approximately a year to downscale the climate science, get the new climate science, and get the new list of actions for Vancouver. So looking to be in lockstep with IPCC, just with a slight lag.
Great, thank you. Okay, get that. Secondly, you talk in the report about the review of best practices and adaptation, and acknowledging the need to have a range of future scenarios. The work that I've read on this indicates we should be planning for 3 scenarios, a sort of best case and a worst case, and something in between. Is that what we're doing?
No, that's not what we're doing. We have been using the IPCC emission scenario RCP 8.5, which is recognized as business as usual. So it has been best practice to use that scenario in adaptation planning. I do note that the IPCC is changing their emission scenarios to bring in a variety of development and climate scenarios. So I anticipate that our next refresh will be following scenarios. So moving to looking at several scenarios to do planning. Everything
I've read says that's the smart thing to do. Okay, I'm glad to see that we're heading in that direction. That's good. You talk about, I really like what we're doing around clean air shelters and the resilience for communities and neighborhoods throughout the city regarding access to places where they can get that clean air. And I know that heat pumps is a really good way to achieve that. In the report, it talks about exploring ways to encourage the use of heat pumps. I've raised this before, but I'm very keen to know what we are doing in terms of our own city buildings. How many of our buildings, and I'm thinking ones that are publicly accessible, libraries, community centers, neighborhood houses, senior centers, how many of those have heat pumps? Are we moving in the direction to not only do that, but to educate people around the use of those heat pumps in those buildings so that it can spread that information the way that you're asking to do in this report?
Is there anyone from buildings on the call? I can start to answer the question on the air filtration side. I know we've RAFM is doing an inventory of the level of filtration in public buildings and what would be possible in terms of improving air filtration specifically. But on heat pumps, is there anyone else on the phone?
I would just add, Tamsin, this is Gil Kelly, that on the November 3rd Climate Emergency Action Plan, we'll be diving into the building retrofit question. And that might be a time when we can give you that detail.
Great. I look forward to that.
Okay.
That's great. Then I'll move on to the tree canopy, which is so incredibly important in terms of, as you say, mitigating extreme weather events and also sequestration. So we've got 150,000 trees planted. What's the health of those trees? I mean, I know over time I've actually even watered trees because they were looking a little risky. So are we going back and checking? are our staff making sure that that canopy is healthy? And if not, that we are replacing trees or even adding? And also another related question, is 150,000 more trees adequate to getting the kind of canopy we want in this city to mitigate to adapt to climate change?
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I will ask a colleague from Parks to answer that question. I can see Chad's on the call.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Carr. Definitely, we do have urban forest staff and monitoring our urban forest, and we also have some recent LIDAR data. So you make a good point that 150,000 trees was a great target, but it is a gross number as opposed to a net. And I think that canopy as a measure is much better as a measure of net, taking into account gains and losses. And so we'll be reporting back with our colleagues in city planning on new canopy targets. And hopefully that new data will help target our resources in the urban forest, because it's the urban forest canopy is inequitably distributed across the city, as you probably know.
Yes.
Thanks very much.
If I could just say that was music to my ears. Great response. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, 5 minutes. Might have your mute on.
There we go. Thank you very much, and thank you for this very insightful report. We started off this discussion saying we've got the COVID wave, followed by the recession wave, followed by the climate change wave. I'm concerned in all of this about affordability in the city. And when I say the city, I mean between the 115 square kilometers between Boundary Road and the University Endowment lands. So all the money in the world right now, I think we agree, could not stop where we are with climate change. So in balance, have you considered what the cost of this is going to be to people residing within our 115 square kilometers, and how we're going to manage that through the lens of affordability?
Maybe I'll take that one. Councillor Hardwick again, Gil Kelly. We're doing some work on that. It's probably going to be stepwise, frankly. For example, our response to sea level rise. The upcoming design challenge next year will inform what those solutions might be before we have actual costs, and then how those costs might be spread and how that might take advantage of something like a diking authority and those kinds of things. So it's early for some aspects of this to really determine costs. We do, as Tansen reported, think that early costs burdens will have a long-term savings effect, so that is part of the math there. We are looking through the equity lens at each of these segments, and so we don't have the global answer for you now, but we have that awareness, and we'll be looking at that as we come forward with each component.
Well, let me refine that. So there's several parts to this. There were the large-scale things like dealing with sea level rise that impact our roads and sewers, for example. But there are things with building bylaws, for example, that add a lot of cost. And on the one hand, we're hearing that we're dealing with heat and it's going to be hot in our homes. On the other hand, we know that the building practices are planning for cold that would be, at the same, because we don't want to let any kind of heat out of our homes in the winter, that make it super expensive for existing homes and for any kind of renovations or expansions onto existing homes. So I know that there's a lot of people in the city that are looking to be able to, add an extra tiny home or laneway home or an extension on their home to accommodate families intergenerationally. So how do we balance off our big core services projects, such as you've described, with things on more of a human level where people live?
Yeah, I think that, again, we'll be coming forward with some of the building related pieces on the climate emergency because it touches both the adaptation and the reduction mitigation conversation. We do know that in, for example, 6-story format to go to passive house, we had one on Skeena, and Doug probably knows the differential there, was something like a 3 to 6% cost premium to go to full passive house, and yet there were energy savings that were substantial for all the rental units inside the building, so it's a bit of a balancing act there. But new construction is easier, frankly, than the retrofits. Doug may want to add to that response.
It's also more expensive.
Yeah, so thank you, Gil. This is Doug Smith. I'm the Director of Sustainability. And the cost when you're talking about construction for the Skeena House, like you mentioned, and that's for passive house, that's the very pinnacle, and that's not what we require. That was a voluntary move. That was for construction was 6%, but the actual relative to the cost of purchase or rent was actually less than 1%. And that's what we're finding for most of the new building code updates relative to the actual cost of the house, including property and everything else, it's less than 1%. Whereas the cost to retrofit an existing one of those buildings is very expensive. As well,
using the new building technologies is very expensive.
To retrofit a house as opposed to building it right the first time.
But using the new technologies, the new building technologies, I'm just looking for that qualifier there.
Yes, to take an older house and renovate it significantly to bring it up to new code is expensive. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And by using the new technology in the new buildings, especially heat pumps, that actually provides heating and cooling. And the insulation that you mentioned earlier, Councillor, it actually is a benefit both during hot weather and during cold weather. It keeps buildings warm, but also once a building is cool, it will help keep it cool during heat waves as well. So it's significantly beneficial for both hot and cold.
Great. Well, again, we saw that recession wave before us, and we know that incomes are flatlined and costs are going up. I hope that we're looking at the same time of how we're going to find a balance between this, because obviously...
Councillor Hardwick, you're about a minute over. So.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Weep, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much for this report. Recognizing that Council adopted targets for restoration work on forest and coastal ecosystems, and we passed a motion for ecosystems restoration action plan for the next 10 years. I'm wondering how that action plan is incorporated in this work.
Hi, this is Doug Smith from Sustainability again. I can take that one. So that motion, I was actually reviewing it recently, Councillor, and we feel that motion actually fits best within the Vancouver plan as we look at the larger green-blue networks. It will absolutely overlap with the adaptation work, but we also want it to overlap with our work around biodiversity and habitat and Rain City. There's a lot of big overlaps there, and it's a significant piece of work, and we felt it could be best served. It was done in a broader context as opposed to a standalone piece. So we're hoping to bring it back, at least the framework for it in 2021.
Okay, and a follow-up to the question Councillor Carr asked on canopy. Do we have our current canopy number of what is our urban canopy in the City of Vancouver, recognizing that Metro is hoping for a 25% forest canopy in urban settings? And second is, there's a great map that Parks did on canopy equity, recognizing that there's significant amounts of the east side and downtown east side that don't meet the 5% urban canopy. And I'm wondering what actions we're making in the near term to ensure that those east highlands and that equity can be met.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that question. Chad, I'll let you answer that as well.
Thanks, Councillor Weed. It's Chad Townsend from Park Board. Yeah, we'll be producing, we have a consultant working right now with the latest LIDAR data to produce the urban canopy numbers, and we'll be bringing those back. I think you'll get them through planning, and we'll present them to our Park Board as well. So we don't have a figure, but we'll be looking for a new target as well that we can share with both Council and Park Board. And your question on the mapping that we used in Van Play, on forest canopy mapping, that was based on 2013 data, but you're right, and it won't have changed all of that much that we have a disparate urban forest canopy and we'll be looking to shift resources towards basically the east of the city and the downtown east side, neighborhoods where we know where the canopy is lesser. It takes time, though, and initiatives such as the tree sale and planting protection on private property, which is part of the urban forest as well, are very important initiatives that council can take, as well as creating planting sites, sometimes converting asphalt and different things like the Richard Street project.
If I could just add to that, again, this is Gil Kelly. The blue-green roofs that Tamsin mentioned in her presentation are the necessary and perfect complement to the tree planting strategy and tree retention strategy. They both have a very powerful effect on both cooling and biodiversity. So we're pursuing both of those directions.
Okay, I just didn't see a lot of metrics of where we're at and where we're trying to go, recognizing that we are in a biodiversity emergency as well. And the next question is the Lower Fraser Fisheries Alliance, which is working with the governance structure with First Nations in the region. How are we working with our First Nations on our coastal adaptation plan, and what is the implementation strategy that we're looking to do for our coastal region?
I will pass it over to Angela Daniluk, who's the lead on coastal preparedness.
Hi, Councillor Weeb. Thanks for your question. Hello, everyone. I'm Angela Daniluk, and I work on the adaptation to sea level rise file. So the City of Vancouver, along with many other of the local governments in the Lower Mainland, along with First Nation governments, are working together as part of the Fraser Basin Council's Lower Mainland flood strategy or flood management strategy. So through that collaborative, we are working with organizations like the one you stated, Councillor Weeb, to address flood risk in the region. In the City of Vancouver, we've been working and we've been collaborating with Musqueam on adaptation and flood management since 2018 through the Coastal Adaptation Plan, the work that we did on the Fraser River, and then today, the work that we're doing in Falls Creek. And we continue to, I work with Caitlin Crabtree and go through the Musqueam Squamish Legislative Intergovernmental Relations group and collaborating with Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh through that group.
Okay, and then one final question.
Sorry, we're at the 5 minutes, Councillor Weeb. So perhaps you can send it in. There's no decisions today, but okay. Thanks. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, and thank you, staff, for this presentation and the immense amount of work. I'm interested in estimates that I know the city has done in the past and that we get from the Insurance Bureau and other places about anticipated costs of adapting to impacts, and particularly interested in where we see those numbers going relative to knowing we're not seeing sufficient action at every level of government, and whether they're kind of escalating at the pace that we expected, or there have been any surprises in terms of those anticipated adaptation, not the mitigation, obviously, on the adaptation side as the subject is today, how those costs are growing.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. We do know that insurance loss costs are increasing. The only city in Canada that's done a comprehensive study of the costs of adapting to climate change over time is Edmonton. So they looked at the socioeconomic costs of climate change, and they do climb over time, and with each degree of warming that we see. We are working with Public Safety Canada and the federal government on a pilot project to come up with a return on investment and a costing of adaptation project. So we're hoping to see a toolkit that we can apply in Vancouver to look at costs and return on investment of adaptation actions in the next few years.
Okay, I will look forward to that. And a sort of related question, are we seeing in other jurisdictions any success in how those costs are being shared across levels of government, but also through industry or others who have contributed to the impacts? I guess, are we seeing anywhere any success in having polluters, and particularly industry polluters, cover any of these costs that otherwise local governments are bearing?
I don't have an example on that. Does anybody else on the call have an example?
I think, you know, traditional sources of pollution, water pollution and so forth, there's precedent there. I don't know that there has been any reliable precedent that you're describing with regard to climate change, and that's probably a new frontier that we need to advocate for.
Okay, great. Those are all my questions, and again, really appreciate all of this work.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes. Maybe you're on mute.
Sorry,
okay.
Caught me off guard. I thought I was second on the list. Question about the Rain City implementation budget. Given that a lot of that was to be funded through sort of DCLs and CACs and that kind of infrastructure spending, how are we anticipating paying for some of this if that trend of decline continues?
Hi, it's Melina Schofield here, manager of the Green Infrastructure team. Our budget's definitely been affected by the changing utility DCL revenue, but I think one of the approaches that we're taking is to look at how we can integrate cost of the adaptation strategies into business as usual for a variety of areas. So the examples that were given around trees and those benefits, you know, if we can integrate that with our water infrastructure, it'll make a difference. If we think about how we're trying to tackle some of our water quality issues for CSO mitigation, for stormwater pollution, again, we can bring in the green infrastructure strategies to help solve those problems that'll have a benefit for both climate adaptation and water pollution. So I think as we move forward, we're going to be looking at how we diversify our revenue sources. Right now, it is heavily dependent on development, but it certainly serves a broad array of services. And so I think there's a good rationale to look at how multiple sources could contribute to that outcome. You know, even, for example, thinking about parking and vehicle use in our streets, that's generating a lot of the pollutants, you know, so thinking about the polluter pay concept, you know, are there some opportunities there for us to leverage new revenue sources that could help pay for that type of infrastructure that has adaptation co-benefits?
Right, and just to be clear then, so currently the funding model is largely predicated by like DCLs or CACs? I guess DCLs?
Right now, it's predominantly funded through utility DCLs with a small contribution from our sewer utility services. So one of the pieces of work that we're doing now as part of the implementation phase of Rain City strategy is looking at our financial mechanisms and looking at where the opportunities are, looking at the value proposition of green infrastructure and trying to learn about how other jurisdictions are funding it, what's been effective. And like I said, right now we're definitely heavily skewed to the utility DCL, but in terms of the future, it's serving a broad range of utility services. And so I think there's a good rationale to diversify the revenue sources on that.
And have we been quantifying the sort of value of natural systems?
So we have not done a formal process such as the Municipal Natural Assets Initiative that you might have heard of, the MNAI, that is doing that process with a variety of cities. So for Vancouver, we are definitely looking at the value proposition and life cycle of green infrastructure specifically. The Parks Board, and I'll let Chad speak to it more, they're just undertaking an initiative right now on some of their asset management programs, and that does include natural assets. And so how valuation is fitting in, I'm not quite sure. But for our initiatives in engineering, we're definitely looking at the economics of green infrastructure in terms of the services that it's providing and how it delivers those services in the context of water management, water quality, climate adaptation, and a variety of other co-benefits around biodiversity, natural systems, and placemaking, et cetera.
Okay.
If I could add to that, Councillor Fry, this is Gil Kelly. In some cases, and actually the further you look out to a large extent, substituting green infrastructure for gray infrastructure is actually a savings, both to the city in terms of sewer replacement and sewer capacity increases, but also to ratepayers. And so back to sort of Councillor Hardwick's question, in a way, there are effects that hit households, and the smarter we can be about employing green infrastructure over gray or some combination, long-term savings will accrue. That's not necessarily funded by DCLs now, but rather through the rate system, with a portion being added by new development charges. And we had a big precedent on that in Portland, which I'm happy to talk to you about offline, where we saved, effectively tens of millions of dollars just in one sub-watershed demonstration project. But happy to talk about that with you offline.
And that's the 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Move on to Councillor Dejanova, 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. My question goes back to a question that was asked that I believe was responded to, Councillor Hardwick's question that was answered by Mr. Smith, and that's specifically about natural gas and the heating of homes. And just wondered if you could share with me if the city's own district energy system still uses natural gas.
Councillor, this is Doug Smith from Sustainability. So our neighborhood energy utility, the majority of its heat actually comes from sewer, our own district energy system, and we take basically waste heat from the sewer system and put that into a coolant/heating system that we use to heat the Olympic Village and beyond. We do use natural gas for peaking in the winter months, and we actually buy renewable natural gas for as much as possible. And for a number of years, we've had 100%, but there's been a limited supply of renewable natural gas because of some other issues. So, but we do plan to continue using renewable natural gas where necessary. And we're also looking into electric
boilers. Can you just tell me what the amount of natural gas or renewable natural gas that we use is?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I can get that for you from the engineering department.
That would be great. So you'll send that to me or to all of council? Fantastic. And do you have a basic percentage or idea of how much is being used?
What I can do is I can get back to you on the totals that the city is using for renewable natural gas. We use it for the NEU plus city buildings and also for some of our fleet, our garbage and recycling trucks.
Thanks. If I could... Another question that I have, just, we talk about single family homes and there were some very good questions there. I won't repeat them. But what about the homes or properties that are owned by the city, either that the city may purchase and hold for use at a later time or rent out? Are we requiring the same of ourselves that we would require of others in making sure that we make appropriate modifications in renovations to those homes to be green?
Yes. There's two ways that renovations are made or upgrades are made. So the city has a list of all the buildings we own, and we're looking at the ones that are the worst polluters, and we're going through them systematically to retrofit them and either replace their natural gas systems with heat pumps or using renewable natural gas. The smaller homes are going to be lower on the list, but all of the city-owned buildings follow the same requirements as the bylaw, the Vancouver Building Bylaw, for everybody else in the city. So if there's a requirement for new buildings that we have to meet, we absolutely meet that and try to exceed it. If there's a requirement for retrofit, which there isn't at this point, but there will be ideally in the future, the city would have to meet all those same requirements.
Okay, but when we rent them out, so when we rent out these homes, I know there are some of them, so that we're not subject to our own empty homes tax. I'm just wondering, is there a condition that we upgrade our own systems before we rent them out? Or before we would, say, rent them to nonprofit organizations?
I don't have
places like, Pierce House and things like that.
I don't have the answer to that, but I can look into that and get back to you on that.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks so much. That's all?
Thanks very much. That's it for questions, Council. So I just want to thank staff very much for their excellent presentation and all their work, of course. And as there's no decisions required, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. Council, we're making good time here at 10:30. So we have one item of unfinished business today. That's the modification of the lease for supporting Women's Alternatives Network Swan Society at 1101 Seymour Street. And as at the reconvened council meeting October 13th, council heard from speakers and referred questions to staff, debate, and decision dated September 8th to this meeting as unfinished business. Yesterday, staff circulated a memo that stated that based on what was heard at council on October 13th, the funder has requested an amendment in the report to allow for a direct lease with the city for this site that address public concerns. Based on discussions with the funder, staff recommended changes to the report for recommendations B, C, and D only pertaining to Rain City Housing and Support Society. So before we get to questions, because of the changes in the recommendations, I believe staff will just kind of explain these in a bit more detail, and then we'll move to questions to staff. So, yes, go ahead, City Manager.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to, Sandra Singh is here to speak to the components of the yellow memo and the rationale. And I also just wanted to acknowledge that I did get a couple of emails with questions, and I, as you were speaking, just sent some emailed questions. So, councillors, if you did send emailed questions and you didn't get a response yet, they may be in your inbox now. But we're also happy to repeat the questions and the answers now, if that would be helpful, or during this round of questions. So I'll hand it over to Sandra Singh to give an overview, and we can answer any other further questions too.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. Mayor, I think you very effectively summarized the trajectory and the purpose of the yellow memo. So maybe I'll just add that staff supports VCH's request to shift accountability of the OPS lease proposed in this report to fall under direct oversight of Vancouver Coastal Health. And that's why we put forward the revised proposed recommendations in the yellow memo. Because Vancouver Coastal Health is a government health agency, they're not eligible for a city grant. And so the proposed lease is now proposed at market rates. And as you noted, the memo presents the recommended language. We do have with us today Mary Claire Zach, our Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects, Diana Herford, our Senior Planner from Social Policy. We have Chris Van Veen, Director of Strategic Initiatives and Public Health with Vancouver Coastal Health, and Jonathan Gormit, Captain and Public Health Education Officer with Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, with us here today to answer any further questions from staff. We may have Bill Spurn with VPD as well, but I understand he may be joining us a bit later. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. So we'll move on to questions. We have Councillor Kirby-Yung for up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I actually have an amendment to propose that I've sent into the clerk.
Yeah, we haven't moved this yet, Councillor Kirby-Yung. You'd have to.
I'm happy to move the report.
There are
and I'd like to make an amendment.
There are a lot of folks on the queue to ask questions, so it was agreed that we'd ask a round of questions to staff and then move in second report, and then we'd move to amendments. But of course, it's your right to move it if you want.
I'll move the report, and I would like to move the amendment.
Second.
Okay, so just to clarify, you are moving the report
as it is, and then I'm moving an amendment separately.
Okay, so let's do the report first. So report's moved and seconded, and now we have. So I'm going to move to the main queue. So we have
Councillor Bly, I have a point of parliamentary procedure.
Sure, go ahead.
Given staff I appreciate that Ms. Singh came on. There's a number of questions that we've posed. I'm just wanting to find out where in this process, given Councillor Kirby-Young's wish to move amendments now, where in this process will the public hear what those responses to those questions are, or have the discussion Are we limited to 5 minutes points of information?
That's right. I mean, so what's happened is that Councillor Kirby-Yung has moved, seconded by Councillor Hardwick, the recommendations in the report. Councillor Kirby-Yung, did you move it with the yellow memo or not?
Yes, with the yellow memo.
With the yellow memo. Okay, so it's been moved with the yellow memo. And now Councillor Kirby-Yung has as the mover of the motion, she has the floor, and I understand that she will be moving an amendment to.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, I'm just explaining this, Councillor Dejanova. And so you'll be able to ask points of information from this point on through this one round of debate and discussion.
I appreciate that, Mayor. So to be clear, though, we'll have to ask points of information related to the amendment or whatever we're talking about, not necessarily the overall report. Is that correct?
You can ask, well, the amendment hasn't been seconded yet, but you can ask points of information to the amendment first, and then when we go back, if it is amendment, you could ask points of information about the overall motion. So you'll have a couple of rounds of ability to ask points of information.
Okay.
Right. Councillor Dejanova, you had a point of parliamentary procedure?
Yes, that's been moved, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, actually, I would like to move that we suspend the procedure bylaw for a round of questions, which I know we can do. We can move to suspend, and I'd like to do so. That would mean that we leave the motion where it is on the floor, have a round of questions for staff, and then come back to the motion that has been moved.
I'll second that.
Second.
Okay. That would require a 2/3 vote, and so I'm just going to call yeas and nays on this one. And the only thing I just want to remind Council that at this stage, we just have the report moved with the yellow memo. We haven't had the amendment moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung yet. So what we have on the floor is a motion to have a round of questions, seconded by Councillor Wiebe, and so we'll call yeas and nays on that.
Point of procedure, Mr. Mayor. I believe I did move it, and Councillor Dejanova did second it.
I didn't hear the second. I'm sorry.
It wasn't moved and seconded, just to clarify.
I didn't hear the
I
seconding.
did second it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I didn't hear the seconding, but we're actually right in the middle of the vote, so I'll get back to that point of procedure in a second, but so we can just have yeas and nays on the round of votes. All in favor, round of questions. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks. I'll go back to the clerk. Clerk, did you catch the seconding on the amendment?
Mayor Stewart, no, I didn't.
Okay, so Councillor Kirby-Yung, you still have the floor on the main queue when we come back, so I would just...
Just a point of procedure, just to follow up on that if I can. I'm very happy to take the time for council to do the round of questions and support that, but I would like a review because perhaps the clerk needs to review the tape because I did move it and Councillor Dejanova clearly did say second.
Yeah, I didn't hear, it doesn't really matter, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you still have the floor when you come back, so you'll just have to do it when you come back, but you still have the floor now to ask questions, so you have up to 5.
So,
I'm just going by the, sorry?
Yeah, I'll take that opportunity to ask a couple of questions, thank you.
Sure, go ahead. We up to 5 minutes?
Yeah, one of the questions that I had is that originally when this was proposed, it involved a grant as was stipulated in the yellow memo received, which required a 2/3 vote of council. And then the yellow memo we received suggested that the terms were being modified to be a direct lease with VCH and not the proposed operator, Rain City, and therefore it would be a majority vote of council, which is a change from what the public felt they were speaking to. So I do have 2 questions on that. The first one is, do we know, and I think that this question just came in, but I'd like to ask it on the record, if Rain City will still be involved in operation, i.e. it could potentially be the same parties, it's just a change in the leaseholder.
Yeah, Sandra, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, actually, I'll ask Chris Van Veen to speak to this change and what it means for operations.
Thank you, Sandra, and thanks for the question, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Yes, correct. So we would still look to partner with Rain City as the operator, but VCH would be on the lease going forward, which is going to provide us with a little bit more flexibility and also the ability, I think, to lean in and support Rain City a little bit more with managing relations in the community, which after last council meeting is clear to us are quite heated and complicated at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So that leads right into my follow-up question, as it was stated in the yellow memo that VCH heard the significant public feedback, and I'm paraphrasing, these are not exact words, and felt that a direct lease was beneficial for the site. I'm reading here, it says to quote, address public concerns. And yet there's nothing in the memo that talks about how those public concerns would be addressed or a plan for them. So can you speak to that, since council has heard these significant, overwhelming amount of concerns, but we're now being faced with a change in the goalpost here and not any specifics on a plan to address the concerns?
We'll work with Rain City if the lease is approved to come up with an operations plan. The first step is getting the lease approved, of course. But after that occurs, we'll come up with an operational plan, which will include some principles around good neighbor agreement and how collectively VCH and Rain City will respond to any issues that might arise in the community, and also to anticipate issues that could arise and put in steps that will mitigate any unintended consequences. You know, things like identifying a point person for any complaints, committing to respond to those complaints really quickly. And I think having that point person and the leaseholder be VCH is going to hopefully provide the public with a good degree of sort of accountability with the operations of the site.
It's Sandra here. I can add in a bit as well. Certainly within the terms of any lease, we could build in requirements around regular and ongoing communication with adjacent neighbors, site cleanliness, those type of conditions to deal with some of those concerns.
Do you plan on having any engagement formally with the VPD? I know that the Vancouver Coastal Health representative who just spoke had said that you'd spoken with a couple of local or beat officers, but I gather there wasn't any sort of formal dialogue with VPD management. Do you plan on having any conversation around in terms of a plan to mitigate any issues relating that speak to public safety?
Chris Van Veen, Director of Strategy and Public Health Science at VCH. Yes, indeed, and we have been in touch with the VPD since the last council meeting and have a number of regular touch points with them on a variety of issues, including all of our overdose prevention sites. So obviously we will be in touch with the VPD regarding the operations plan going forward. And certainly if there's, any complaints that are specific around public safety, we'll loop in with both Inspector Spurn, but also the local members responsible for that district as well.
When do you anticipate making a confirmation of the operator?
Subsequent to lease approval. So we haven't had the contract drawn up because at this point we don't have a site. But once we have a site, we'll drop a contract. But to be clear, we're still moving forward with the assumption that Rain City will operate the service.
And would you envision doing that through a services agreement or a sublease?
Discuss those issues with Rain City after the meeting.
And one point of information or question to staff on that is, do we allow our leaseholders to sublease to other parties?
Yes, we can enable that type of sublicense or sublease.
So what would the difference be then if they're subleasing the original party other than foregoing the grant?
Just at the 5 minutes, so I'm going to move on to Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just making sure it's off mute.
Yep.
Can you hear me okay?
I can do.
Great. I have a question for the staff from Vancouver Coastal Health, if they're on the line.
Yep, they're here.
Great. Just wondering if we can understand a little bit more about the process around providing access to safe supply as it relates to the overdose prevention site, typically in the past, and what the plan going forward would be with the site.
Typically in the past, I'd say the most efficient way of getting access to safe supply has been through our overdose outreach team, who follows up with individuals who have had overdose events either at the hospital or in the community. So at overdose prevention sites, if somebody has an overdose and has a desire to seek help, or doesn't have an overdose and comes to the site and identifies with staff that they'd like to get treatment or safe supply, those overdose outreach workers are able to physically come and do a warm handoff with that client and then connect them to appropriate primary care providers that are able to prescribe either opioid agonist treatments or safe supply. So that's sort of the present state. Those OOT workers will have a good connection to this site. Rain City is very familiar with working with them and making referrals through them. And then obviously in the future, things are rapidly moving and we're in the midst of an election, so it's a bit tough to predict, but we have had some promising changes in with the pandemic prescribing guidelines and some hopeful information from the ministry regarding the potential for nurses to be able to prescribe medication. So I think that is going to give us many more opportunities to engage people with safe supply, and we'll look for ways to incorporate that into not just this site, but every overdose prevention service, whether that's through an outreach basis or at the site.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I wonder if you can, as a point of comparison, help me understand the condition of actual square footage of space compared to other overdose prevention sites. So I think this one is just under 600 square feet. How does that compare to, say, OPS down on East Hastings or other sites?
I don't have the floor plans of those sites off the top of my head. I would say it's, somewhere in the middle. The Maple Overdose Prevention site is probably slightly smaller than this site, as is the service that we run in Powell River, another part of our region, and in Seashelt, another part of our region. The overdose. Well,
I think it's just helpful to compare to Vancouver, if you don't mind. Just
okay. So
the density and numbers are relative there.
Sure. So I would say if Insight is probably slightly bigger. The Molson is probably slightly bigger. Sarah Blythe site is slightly bigger. This site is slightly bigger than the Dr. Peter Center and the Maple Overdose Prevention site. Also slightly bigger than the Heatley.
Okay, but we don't have those numbers. I have sent that question in to a few different people and haven't heard anything back. It would just be helpful to know. So just as a point of reference in that case, how many people can this site service under COVID physical distance precautions? How many people will be allowed to access the site at one time?
That's going to depend on the COVID safety plan, which we haven't come up with Rain City yet.
Well, right now we know it's about 2 meters apart.
We'll have to come up with that COVID safety plan with the operator after getting the site and doing inspections.
So we can't consider that today. Okay. And my final question then, thank you for those answers to the staff at VCH. My final question, do we have anybody from Park Board on, Mr. Mayor?
I'm not sure. City Manager?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was just looking through the list here. I'm not seeing anyone from the Park Board on the call at this point. Is there anyone from Park Board that I'm missing? I'm not seeing it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you can maybe ask your question.
I'll ask it. Yeah, so I guess my question really relates to what we heard in a number of concerns from the public around knock-on effects and things like that, the proximity to Emery Barnes Park. And I'm curious how we can proactively address some of those community concerns in terms of cleanliness at the park, sleeping in the park, or just general concerns around disorder and safety in the park.
It's Sandra Singh here.
We're just at the 5, so if you could just...
very brief. Yeah, for sure. I think that some of the items that you noted are not specific to the OPS, as they're more general issues around homelessness in the local community, and so we can certainly continue our work and take that offline and consult with Park Board staff specifically around Emery Barnes. With regards to the
Okay, thanks very much.
I'm out of time. Thanks, Ms. Singh.
Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And a couple of questions. Just could you expand on the service hours of the proposed OPS? And reason being is, I think I heard that we'd likely be servicing 70 people a day, but given that there's been an indication that we need to have a service, more permanent service, is there a likelihood we'll actually see more than that? And in the context of distancing, I've read that it's, you may need to, in an ideal world, have this type of service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Otherwise, you have people who don't actually have a place to go, and they will end up potentially lined up outdoors or have to go elsewhere. So I'm just wondering what the hours would be.
Sure, happy to answer that. Chris Van Veen from BCH. Typically what we'll do is look at the neighborhood level data from the BC CDC regarding overdose events and look at the times of the day when there's the greatest numbers of events and try to start by scheduling the hours around those times. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget to have the service operate 24 hours a day, but we do have it for 7 days a week. So we'll look at the times that are the most busy, target about, we'll see, but, maybe 12 hours a day to start, and then adjust them based off those dashboards, surveillance dashboards that we have, and then also feedback from the service users themselves regarding what times they would prefer the service to be open. And then, of course, there's operational considerations with Rain City and their staffing as well. So we'll come up with that plan once we have a site that's approved for the service.
Okay, thank you. And then are there plans to have a safe inhalation service there is at Sarah Blythe's location? Will that be facilitated there as well?
It's unlikely, I think, at that site, just given the footprint of it and where it sits, but we're definitely looking across the downtown core at opportunities to have outdoor inhalation, for sure. This is a super high priority for us as a health authority. So we're looking at what we have.
That seems to be some of the feedback we heard, that there's actually a high need for that, and ideally you have a space that has both the indoor component and the outdoor component. A question I think probably more likely, thank you for that, to our staff is, I met with families over the weekend, and a number of them raised and I'm not sure, maybe this was addressed last week, but that there's a new daycare contemplated to go in at Emery Barnes Park across from 1101 Seymour, kitty corner to the Gathering Place. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I've accurately reflected what I heard.
I'll ask Mary Claire Zach to respond to that.
I'll have to check with council and get back to you on that. We wouldn't have any immediate concerns around the actual OPS going in, provided that it's going to be run well and operated well. It shouldn't be an issue with the childcare going in not far from the site.
Okay, but you'll be able to get confirmation that then, because I like I say, I had heard this from a number of families who said there was a daycare planned for the building across the street. I just didn't know if that was indeed the case.
Yep, I'll just double check on that and get back.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pause there.
Okay, thanks so much. We're on to Councillor Dejanova now for up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. My first question would be, if Vancouver Coastal is leasing directly from the city of Vancouver, why are we discussing this in a public meeting? Shouldn't this be with other real estate matters discussed in a separate place?
City Manager?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this obviously had started as a grant, and all grants come to council. So that's kind of where we started with this. This now doesn't meet the thresholds of what is required to come to council, but at this point, given the degree of concern that we've heard, ultimately this needs to be a council decision. So it doesn't need to take place in camera, but ultimately, from the staff perspective, we need to get clarity from council as to whether you support this lease proceeding or not.
So lease proceedings do not need to take place in camera, or just
not necessarily. That's right.
Okay. I'd appreciate some information and follow up on exactly which ones we can bring into public. That would be great. Just moving forward. Also, with Vancouver Coastal Health subletting, will they have an open RFP process? Could organizations like Sarah Blythe's OPS that's come up apply, or has Rain City been chosen? Is there an open and transparent RFP process for Vancouver Coastal Health?
Chris Van Veen here from Vancouver Coastal Health. Rain City is going to be our operator because they've currently been operating the St. Paul site, and we see this as a continuation of that service in a more public and accessible setting. So Rain City will be given the contract.
Okay, thanks very much. And then moving just back to some of the leasing questions and the subletting questions, I'm just wondering if legally it puts us in any position that we haven't opened this specific property up to market, that we haven't submitted for an RFP process for this property now that we're in public realm, or as we would with such lease agreements? Are we leasing at market rates?
Yeah, this is City Manager here. Yeah, we are leasing at market rates, and I don't see a legal vulnerability at this point on this.
And have you spoken with law about that?
Yep.
Thanks so much. Then another question that I have is just regarding some of the public safety concerns that were noted by a number of people who had called in. Just generally, considering there may not be clean supply available at this location. I say may because I respect the fact that that could happen. I'm wondering if there is any information that if there's anyone on the line from VPD, if they could provide as to any concerns they may have, or if they didn't have concerns, specifically related to property crime, theft from auto, without clean and safe supply, that's not provided. I'm assuming people also have to bring their own drugs, and unfortunately, they also have to fight for the ability to be able to do that, which I think is very sad. But I have to ask these questions as there's ongoing conflict in the neighborhood, including young children. I understand.
Mr. Mayor, we do have Howard Chow on from VPD, and I think Howard, do you want to speak to those questions if you're available to unmute? Looks like you're unmuted now. Great.
Would you stop my clock, Mr. Mayor? Thank you. I think it's been about 10 extra seconds.
I know they had some technical problems yesterday, but are you there, Howard? Oh, it looks like you're back. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Can you hear this okay? Sorry about that. Yeah,
yep, we can hear you now.
I got through.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So, I mean, obviously there has been some increases in neighborhood. We're coming out with our stats next week in terms of Granville Street and Yale Town, and we have seen some increase in crime, criminality, violent crime, all that sort of stuff. A lot of this will have to wait until the site opens, and then we'll have to see, what it brings to the neighborhood. If anything, generally speaking, there were some things that Inspector Bill Spurn talked about where there are some predatory elements that may follow this through, just knowing that there's vulnerable people that will be going and using this site. So those are things that we'll work with Coastal Health with and with the city with to help mitigate if it gets to that point. But, it's going to be something that we're going to monitor very closely for the obvious concerns that this may bring to the neighborhood.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. And I also have questions for the VPD.
Okay, go ahead.
We all want the 4 pillars to be in place. I believe we all want safe supply, but we don't have that. And we're not just talking about intravenous drugs here. We're also, I'm assuming people are going to continue to smoke crack and have, other drugs actively practiced as well. So those are the conditions precedent that we're going in. My question is, do you think it is going to make a difference here at this location versus having a mobile van? Do you think this will act as a magnet or a destination, or do you see a difference between the mobile and the physical ongoing space from a VPD perspective?
It's Inspector Bill Spearn, Vancouver Police. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. I guess the van has been there for a while, and it has been operated in that location for a while. It's my understanding that, the van and maybe Vancouver Coastal Health can confirm this, like 50 to 80 clients a day. I'm not sure what the space will allow for clients to visit a day, if it'll be more or less.
So capacity is a question.
Absolutely.
Do you think we've heard a lot from residents in the area about the impact of the Howard Johnson and activity along Granville Street? Do you think that this will exacerbate this problem, or do you think that the conditions again at the Hojo and Granville Street will persist, whether or not we locate the safe injection site here?
Yeah, I mean, the location is everything, and if Coastal Health says there's a need here, that's they would know best. But I guess I said last week that my concern is that we're going to have some predatory elements moving in because there's no safe supply. So, but hopefully that's coming down the road.
So again, I'm looking to understand if we're putting out fire with gasoline here, are we making things worse? And as you say, location.
Yeah, I mean, harm reduction, supervised consumption, overdose prevention is one part of the solution. We need obviously there's other parts that need to be brought in as well here.
We're concerned about concentrating all of this activity in the downtown east side. We've seen hotels now purchased by the provincial government. Do you see this again becoming worse and more concentrated if more hotels are purchased in the area? And do you see this again intersecting with the question of the overdose prevention site?
Maybe Deputy Chow could speak to this in a broader context with our crime stats.
Yeah, I'll jump in. It's Howard Chow, and yes, any concentration of this, we've spoken about this quite publicly over the last number of weeks, is a concern whenever we have if you want to call it a critical mass. I think the feedback over the last 5 months has been very clear about that as well from community and residents. So there is concerns, and this is something that's led us to reallocate resources into the area and to, adjust our policing to listen to what the community has to say. So this is probably one of the top 2-3 priorities in the city for us at VPD right now, is dealing with.
Okay, so quickly, we're looking at the map that we saw in the distribution of overdose deaths, and we acknowledge that they're distributed around the fabric of the city. Do you see, through the lens of policing, a need for a more distributed approach to the location of these activities, or do you think it's appropriate to consolidate it downtown?
Well, I mean, I think the experts in that is going to be Coastal Health in terms of the allocation of where that site specifically needs to be. When we look at our map and overdose deaths, that's something we track daily. And we're seeing clusterings in other neighborhoods. And obviously, we're looking at it through a different lens. So our lens is in terms of the overdose deaths that we do go to. Understandably, Corners are going to give a more exact number. Our numbers that Inspector Spearn talked about, 60% of the deaths are happening downtown east side. And then other neighborhoods are also getting, although albeit they're very close in numbers, other neighborhoods are also collecting the deaths. I understand Coastal Health is looking at the overdoses. Is that where their guiding principles are?
Thanks. That's 5 minutes. Councillor Weeb, up to 5 minutes.
My first question is to Vancouver Coastal Health. Recognizing the importance of integrating these into the community, what are we looking at as kind of an action plan to ensure this is integrated into a community when they get brought in? And second, what is the kind of plan for how many of a rollout? So how many more sites are we looking across the city to really start to meet the needs of the overdose crisis that we're in?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Weeb. It's Chris Van Veen from BCH. As the VPD have just noted, are overdoses happening in every neighborhood, and so I think we would like to expand our overdose prevention sites across neighborhoods in Vancouver. If this lease is approved, we're going to be able to move the service indoors and move the van to another location that's experiencing overdose deaths. So the Mount Pleasant area, Commercial Drive, Hastings Sunrise, these neighborhoods do have overdose risk as well, and that van will be able to be redeployed to help us scale up services. That's one of the benefits, I think, of having the van. And then in regards to working with community groups and integrating into the community, our primary goal with these services is to save people's lives. Each month, people are dying in the downtown core, and we're trying to get people to come use safely at the site so they don't die. But we also want to ensure that we're working collectively with other community resources, health and social services in the community, so that people get the medical treatment, the addictions treatment, and the social supports that they need in order to be well more broadly in their lives as well. So the site will look to, have really good working relationships with the Coast Mental Health Drop-In Center, the Gathering Place staff, obviously BPD, St. Paul's Hospital, other local nonprofits for sure.
And then following up on our conversation last week and the need for an inhalation area, if this place gets brought on as a temporary space, but another facility you find is more adequate in the nearby area, would it be easy for you to transfer locations? And what other health services do you think you could provide out of this location if another location was found?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think we're always looking for, sites that allow us to offer both smoking and indoor supervised injection. I mean, it's challenging to find ones that have both of those. Just, real estate is scarce. We're trying to operate these services in more dense urban environments where we're seeing the highest number of overdose deaths. The city center is the second highest local health area for overdose deaths and calls, next to the downtown east side. So this is our natural next step. But if there is a more optimal property that comes up in the next, year or two, and it has a parking lot adjacent to it that we could potentially use to set up safe inhalation outdoors, definitely we would look to pursue that for sure. I think this site under question is a really good first start, and we'll be able to work to get a good operations plan, start developing relationships in the neighborhood. So if we did need to transition to another site, that would be quite smooth. And then to your question about services, I mean, the basic services are the peer support and Rain City support staff there to keep folks safe, to intervene in overdoses, to call an ambulance if there are overdoses, to give people forms of peer and social support. But like I said, we do want to have a strong connection to our overdose outreach team so that if there are clients accessing that site that do have a desire to get on treatment or safe supply or, want housing or social supports, that we're able to quickly triage them and connect them to that care that they need, whether that's in the downtown core or in other neighborhoods.
And so because the need's so great immediately, you're stating that you're advising us that we go ahead with this location immediately while we look at other locations, recognizing that there's people dying on our streets kind of on a daily basis. So that there's a need now while we continue to look for the best solution, but we shouldn't wait for the best solution. Is that kind of?
I think that is very nicely put. Yeah, I mean, we look at the overdose surveillance every week. There's people dying across the city every week, and any delay is going to, ultimately result in more overdoses in safe places, which is very dangerous in the context of the toxic drug supply. So the sooner we can open, the safer people who are at risk of death in that community are going to be.
Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. That's it for the first round of questions. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I see you on the list here. You have used your 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm just finishing questions to finish. I'm ready to proceed with the amendment.
Okay, Council, so that's it for questions. We're moving on to the main queue. We've had the motion moved. We have Councillor Kirby-Yung with an amendment that has been circulated, I think.
And point of parliamentary procedure.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Councillor Dejanova?
I just wanted to make sure you had mentioned the yellow memo as well. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been moved with the yellow memo. Thank you. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be brief and try to be clear. I think that there is complete recognition of the importance of overdose prevention sites and a need for one in the downtown south area, and that this is an important part of our response at this point, although I think I, like many others, would like to see more evolution more quickly to safe supply and away from people relying on poison drugs. But I would note that what we're not hearing, and I think that we're not doing in a way, since this is now part of lives and we're bringing these into different communities, is that we're not responding to the community and they feel significantly unheard. we've heard from Coastal Health. I mean, I've heard some disconcerting things around not having a plan. I heard today different statements when asked the question around will Rain City be the operator, said they're uncertain they may be. And then in response to a subsequent question from a councillor said that they will be. Questions, there's, I think, a number of points that have come up around this site is not ideal for a number of reasons. From the community perspective, I think if you consider our cannabis store guidelines, for example, we don't locate in proximity near a children's park. This is very close to, and I think that raises a number of concerns. It's also smaller than a number of the other similar overdose prevention sites. It doesn't provide for inhalation. We don't have an ops plan in place yet. But I think fundamentally, we need to bring the community along and engage them in this process, and as opposed to dividing communities, which is what has happened here and how this process has enrolled and been really divisive. I recognize that this is a provincial health initiative, and it doesn't require community consultation, but the City of Vancouver, I think, has a responsibility to our residents to listen to and hear their concerns and be responsive to those. And they are feeling very disregarded, and they have a number of critical concerns. If we did not have a van there, as well as the St. Paul site, and had not been assured and it been stated by Coastal Health that this was not a net increase in service, this is a shift in the service model to a physical location from a van, then I think that would add a different consideration to this conversation. But if you also note that with the physical distancing, we don't know yet even how many folks that this will be able to serve at a specific time. I think there's a number of pragmatic reasons as to why this is not the ideal site, but also an opportunity to take a short period of time and work with the community to address their concerns and bring people along, as opposed to creating a division and dismissing the very real concerns that people have around safety. We need to support, provide these life-saving measures, but we also need to bring people along together. And I think that the significant concerns have been further eroded by the changing of the goalpost here, which essentially is going to result in the same outcome as before, just with an easier way to get that decision achieved and a different threshold, but with the same parties involved. So I think we have an opportunity to build understanding for these sites, to build engagement, to put mitigation measures in place, to really look at considerations about being near a children's park, to try to provide an ideal site that can provide full and better services, including things like safe inhalation. So that is what this referral for recommendations B, C, and D speaks to, which is to look at alternate city-owned locations or even non-city-owned locations. Since we're no longer talking about a grant, we can look at market sites, and we do know that we're seeing increasing availability and vacancy in the market due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic condition. It also identifies that if on a report back from staff, we should include a good neighbor agreement that addresses some of those concerns and work on initiatives that the city can provide to support, such as increased sanitation services and others. So that's the amendment on the floor.
Okay, thanks, and that's been seconded. So we're going to move to Councillor Boyle for comment.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Sure, Councillor Dejanova.
I had thought that we were heading on to another queue. Is that not the case?
We're on the queue now, Amendment Q1.
We're on Amendment Q1.
That's right.
Okay. I thought that we were on a main motion queue and then had moved over to an amendment.
The motion was moved, the amendment was moved and seconded by you. So we moved over to an amendment queue. Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. Before I comment on the amendment, I'm hoping that under, I have a point of order under Section 8.7F, which is I'm hoping, Chair, that you can rule on whether this is correct, because my understanding is that it directs Vancouver Coastal Health to do something which Council can't direct the health authority to do.
Okay. So you're just looking at the amendment here. You're asking for yes, yes, City Manager.
Yeah, I've had a back and forth with law on this, and perhaps we could just take a 2-minute recess, and I can fill you in on their assessment of whether this is in order. Okay, thanks. I'm just going to get clarification from Councillor Boyle. You're looking at the second paragraph right at the end, I'm gathering, for VCH to explore non-city owned locations. Is that the sentence that you're
or the part of the sentence you're looking at?
Yes, I mean, my understanding is a whole amendment is either in order or not in order as a whole. But yes, that second part of F directs.
Okay. Great, Council. So if you can give me 5 minutes, I'll be right back. Thanks very much. clerks. I'm back here and just reviewed with clerks and legal, and I am going to rule that this motion is out of order for under clause 8.7F. The first is that for two reasons. One is we can't direct another body to take action. Only we're just in control of our own resources here. And second, that if VCH did explore the lease under this part of the amendment, then of course we'd have no decision to make. So for those reasons, I'm going to rule this out of order, and I'm going to move us back to the main queue.
So point of procedure while I still have the floor, Mr. Mayor. And I do have another amendment, but I have a quick point of procedure first.
Okay.
Do you have the ability to amend that language, say for staff to ask VCH on that amendment?
Sorry?
I said, do I have the ability, because I think it was implicit, it said or for VCH to explore, to add the language for staff to ask VCH to explore. Do I have the ability to do that now?
No, this amendment's ruled out of order. You'd have to submit other amendments, just the regular.
I did submit one with that language, and I'm asking if it would be in order to do that, and I have submitted it.
Okay, I haven't seen the text yet, so I mean you have the floor.
It simply adds.
Happy to do whatever you like.
Yeah, it simply adds the language for staff to ask VCH.
And have you submitted it to us in writing?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, I just haven't seen it yet. Has it gone to the council DL?
Yes, it has.
Okay, I just don't see it on my.
Oh, I think Council DL left.
It's the clerks. Clerks, have you seen the amended? Have you seen the new amendment?
Mayor Stewart, we just got it.
Okay. So perhaps you can pull this up on screen, but we do have it seconded. So we'll go back to the amendment queue, which I am going to clear now because that was for the last one, and I'll put Councillor Kirby-Yung on. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have up to. Sorry, I'm going to reset timers here. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yes, I won't take that much time. It just simply adds the words for clarity because it wasn't everything expectation that we were directing them, but just for clarity, it adds the words for staff to ask VCH.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this. And I actually have an amendment to the, is this an amendment or an amended?
This is just an amendment. You're on the amendment queue?
Yes, I know, but I'd like to move another amendment.
Okay.
So I'm just doing that right now.
Another amendment, or do you want to amend
An amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
So I'm just sending that in now.
Okay.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, it's the amendment that was just supplied by Councillor Kirby-Yung, not already an amendment to her amendment. So are we not?
No, because the original amendment was ruled out of order. This is
a totally new amendment with that language.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Councillor Dejanova, your
and I've sent it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So your time is running, so you can.
I've sent it, Mr. Mayor, as I'd said. I hope that.
Yep, and you can continue to talk to this. It hasn't been seconded or anything.
I just wanted to make sure that you had received it. And don't we have to move to another amendment? Oh, we are.
Only if it's second. Only if it's seconded.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so we're on amendment queue. Councillor Dejanova, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just in consideration for some of the expert opinions and answers we've gotten both from our staff from Vancouver Coastal Health and from the VPD as well. I thought it was important to work that concurrent to the consultation that's outlined that Councillor Kirby-Yung has very rightly suggested the council would direct work with Vancouver Coastal Health and VPD and relevant stakeholders and consider prioritizing OPS locations in neighborhoods with the greatest need and risk of overdoses, informed by the data, including the recent overdose deaths. And furthermore, through the lens of the 4 Pillars drug strategy, the council also directs staff to work with and request Vancouver Coastal Health to consider the feasibility of deploying a number of mobile overdose prevention site locations in addition to one permanent location, with consideration for moving forward with the shared goal of preventing overdose deaths citywide. So in moving that forward, I also just had a point of information I'd also like to ask, if possible. May I do that of staff?
Sure. Yep, go
Okay.
ahead.
Just because we had heard from Vancouver Coastal Health, obviously this is where they're choosing to put this, and there had been some, different data that had been provided by the VPD. I know that they had spoken to that. My point of information question for the VPD is this, this permanent location, is this the best site based on what they're hearing, with concerns raised by many speakers from many different backgrounds and experiences, for the community through a policing lens? So through a policing lens, trying to keep our city safe, what is the best site or location? And I'm asking this as I'm proposing a number of different locations.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova, I'll just let the police just kind of digest that for a second. However, I have been reviewing Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, and while it fixes the first, the different language in the proposed amendment, while it fixes the first problem of directing Vancouver Coastal Health to do something, it doesn't fix the second incorrect reason why it was ruled incorrect, and that is that if VCH does secure a second location, then we don't have to sign on a lease. So really, the decision here is whether or not the decision before us, based on the staff recommendation, is whether or not we approve this lease as proposed by VCH.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
So one second. So basically, Council, then Councillor Dejanova, your amendment to the amendment would be it wouldn't count because Councillor Kirby-Young's motion is still out of order. So I'm going to go back to the main queue where Councillor...
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, I heard you, Councillor Dejanova. I'm just explaining what I'm doing. Just going back to the main queue where Councillor Kirby-Young still has 4 minutes, but as it stands, all that's on the floor now is the staff recommendation moved with the yellow amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
I've got one. I'll get you in I have, yes, Councillor Dejanova, go ahead. You have.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, go ahead.
You had just called this motion out of order and saying that council doesn't have to make a decision on the lease. Those are the exact words.
Yeah, we're not debating my ruling.
I know. So, I'm asking a question. I just want to know why we're even here considering this report and why staff have written all of this for us, with so much work put in from Vancouver Coastal Health, if we're not supposed to consider this, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to understand. I thought the recommendations, including the yellow memo, are asking us to vote on a lease. Is that true or not?
It is true.
Okay, so if it's true, then why would something be ruled out of order? Because we're not.
It sounds like you're debating my ruling.
No, I'm asking because I might move something forward, and I don't want to waste council's time.
You'll just have to. I'm just chairing here. I was asked to rule on a point of order.
Might I suggest a short recess so I could ask legal some questions, or do I have to wait for that?
No, we're just moving on through the debate. Councillor Kirby-Young is the floor, but I have Councillor Dominato with a point of
I'll wait. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, I heard a point of procedure, I think.
Yeah, I have a point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor, is maybe you could elaborate. I'm not clear on the second portion of your ruling around a second site. I don't see that in the motion or the referral motion. I see an alternate site and the question of whether there's a lease or not to vote on. So perhaps I'm dense, but maybe you could re-explain it to me, because I'm not clear what that ruling is.
Yep, the ruling is under procedural bylaw 8.7F that there were two reasons why this was the original motion was ruled out of order. One was that we can't, of course, direct another organization to do work. That is incorrect. But second, that if the BCH, if staff does ask BCH to go and find another site and they do, then we don't have a decision to make. So that's why I've been advised that this is out of order.
I would challenge that, Mr. Mayor.
You can challenge the chair if you like.
I do.
Second.
Challenging the chair on the ruling. Okay. So perhaps the clerks can review what challenge the chair is. The ruling on that, I believe it's a 2/3 vote.
Mayor Stewart, that is correct.
Okay. So we'll call a recorded vote on the challenge to the chair.
Mayor Stewart, just to be clear what council are voting on, those agree with the chair's decision would vote in opposition, and those opposed to the chair's decision vote in favor.
Okay.
Point of procedure, can the clerk just repeat that one more time so we're clear?
Okay. Go ahead, clerk.
Yes, those who agree with the chair's decision vote in opposition. Those who oppose the chair's decision vote in favor.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Is this debatable?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And we're in the middle of the vote, regardless. Right, so we're seeing some councillors. Councillor Dominato, Wiebe, Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova? Okay. So that fails. So the chair is sustained. Okay, so we're back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have up to 4 minutes.
Yeah, I have submitted a further amendment, which I've emailed in to council and the clerk. And I'll wait for them to bring it up, but I'll speak to it just to keep our meeting moving. And this is really about attaching conditions to this report. Thank you. In order to...
Sorry, I'm just going to move the queues here. Go ahead. You have a full 5 minutes. 1 second here. Go ahead. Okay. There we go. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. So the amendment I submitted is in an effort to continue to be responsive to the issues that we're hearing in the community, which have not been addressed with any specificity or plans. We have questions that are met with more questions, and I think that we do have a responsibility to the residents to address the concerns in the neighborhood if we're going to have these type of services and residents peacefully coexist, and try to have people continue to feel safe and comfortable in their neighborhoods and still provide these critical health services to people that desperately need them. And so for that reason, this speaks to attaching conditions to the lease requiring a good neighbor agreement that addresses requirements for exterior and building site cleanliness, expectations for minimizing discarded needles and drug equipment outside the OPS, provides a plan for managing queuing, ventilation, and so forth. And that further, recognizing the city does have a responsibility in terms of maintaining clean and safe neighborhoods, that staff report back by the end of November on any steps that can be taken to mitigate impacts on neighboring residents and businesses, including possible increased sanitation services. I won't read this in detail, and also working in consultation with the Vancouver Park Board around any specific attention that could be paid to continue to support the highly visited Emery Barnes Park and the children's playground that is located there. And that overall, in summary, without reading it verbatim, is the spirit of the amendment.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded, Council. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually ask for 5 minutes, just so we can, just so I can read and digest this, because it does seem significantly different.
I'm happy to move a recess, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let's go for 5 minutes if we could. We don't really need to move it. Everybody's okay. We'll be back at 11:40. Okay. Thanks so much, Council, and we'll see you back here at 11:40. And I've got Councillor Dejanova on the amendment queue. Up to 5 minutes, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, we're back in at 11:40, and you're next on the queue. Councillor Dejanova. Okay, I'm going to move on to Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you're in the amendment queue for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, actually, Mayor, I'm wondering if you could rule on a point of order. With all these amendments, doesn't 8.6 under the procedural bylaw put a limitation on the number of amendments? This is 3 in one speaking list.
I do think that it's only one at a time. You know, and I did actually make that. I was confused by that clause myself, but it does mean that we can only have one amendment at a time on the floor. So we can do one amendment, and we can have one amendment to an amendment, but that's it. So we have to. I guess all that means is we have to deal with each amendment as it comes before we move to the next amendment. So that is something we could change in the future, but that's how that works.
Okay.
I just got a thumbs up and jabber from the clerk, so I think I got that one right.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of privilege. It's Councillor Kirby-Yung. I just lost connectivity, so I didn't hear what you said, and I wonder if you could.
It was just a point of procedure by Councillor Fry about how many amendments we can have on the floor at once, and the answer is 1.
Okay.
So Councillor Fry, we're still in the amendment queue 1.
Okay, that was sort of my question, so I'm just going to hold off for a sec.
Okay, thanks. So that's it for this queue. I'm going back to the, so we do have to vote on this amendment now. Oh, I've got Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, did you want to speak to this amendment?
Yes, if I could ask a question, a point of information through you to our staff and specifically legal staff. I understand the language around requiring a good neighbor agreement is very particular legally, and so I'm just wondering if we could have staff and legal provide an okay on this language or not before we vote on it.
That would be a ruling if it's in or out of order, I believe. So really correct language, you'd have to rule it. You'd have to ask if it's in order or not.
Mr. Mayor, I can not speaking on behalf of law, but if I could just through you make a comment.
Okay, sure, go ahead. I did check though, Councillor Carr, and this does appear to be in order, although Council will have to decide whether it's ideal. But go ahead, City Manager.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Carr, for pointing it out. Yeah, in discussions with law earlier, as amendments were going back and forth, law is recommending against the requirement of a good neighbor agreement. Law is recommending that the components that Council wishes to have as a part of such an agreement actually just be included in the lease agreement directly. So law is recommending against a good neighbor agreement. So the recommendation would be if there are components like street litter or noise or operating hours, those particular concerns, that they actually be included directly in the lease.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr, you still have the floor.
Yeah, well, I am then not going to be supporting this this amendment because I am going to take the advice of law and say that it should be in the lease agreement, not in a good neighbor agreement. And I'm looking forward to seeing some further amendments from other councillors to that effect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask a point of information.
Sure.
Why is it that law has decided we should not have a good neighbor agreement?
Over to you, City Manager.
To hear from the lawyer, please. Thank you.
Well, that's not our discretion. We go to the City Manager first, and City Manager would direct it to staff or take the answer himself. City Manager, up to you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, ultimately, a good neighbor agreement in a situation like this is not enforceable. So it doesn't actually move the issue forward at all. And that's why they had recommended that it just be included directly in the lease terms. So make it conditions of the lease.
That wasn't my question. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to have to move for another recess if I can't get my question answered. I want to know why. I understood what the answer to Councillor Carr is, but now that I'm at a minute of my time, I'd like to know why law.
But my interpretation, Councillor Dejanova, is that the lease actually makes the conditions stronger than a good neighbor agreement. Is that?
I would like to know from law. Thank you. Respectfully, Mr. Mayor, that's what I'm asking.
Well, this was brought up. I think to the answer of why, I guess we were asked earlier by another councillor who was proposing a similar amendment, and so law had reviewed it, and that was why they made the recommendation.
Okay, but I'd like to know why they made that recommendation. So could I move for a 5-minute recess,
I'm
please,
just
Mr.
unclear,
Mayor?
Councillor Dejanova, what you mean by why. Like what
I'd like to know
things?
why they would not recommend a good neighbor agreement. I'd like to know why. So could I move for a recess, Mr. Mayor? I thought that we kind of had to move for one of those. I supported your recess, but I'd really like to just have an opinion sent.
Mr. Mayor,
time's still running.
We do have law on if you would like to call them directly, Mr. Mayor, to address it.
Could you stop my timer, please, Mr. Mayor? Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, did you still want to ask a question directly?
But I don't really want to wait like a minute for law to be on the line. I don't.
They're
really
on the line
think that's
right
fair.
now.
They're on the line right now. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Hello, it's Ian Dixon from Law. If everyone can hear me, I've just logged in, so just make sure that I'm on.
Yep, you're on. I hear you.
Law do not recommend good neighbor agreements. Good neighbor agreements are used in the context of business licensing, and all they are a piece of paper where somebody says that they will try to abide by a number of different things or some expectations. They're not signed by anyone beyond the city and the person agreeing to it. There's no enforcement ability. They're effectively just they don't have any teeth to them. They don't accomplish anything. So it's our view that if you have specific requirements that you wish to impose on this particular business because we are the landlord, that those be placed in the lease. Therefore, they're enforceable. And if someone violates them, we have things that we can do about them. Under a good neighbor agreement, there's nothing we can do if their good neighbor agreement is violated. It's completely pointless.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. I'll remember that at public hearings. I also just have an amendment to the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And that's the amendment that I sent before. So if at first you don't succeed, try again. And you had mentioned that at the time, it was only out of order for the reasons that Councillor Kirby-Yung, what she had originally put forward, was out of order. So it's the same amendment.
Okay.
And I don't think I need to belabor it and read it again, but I was also, this looks at also, in addition to a permanent location, looking at mobile OPS sites, and just wondered if we could have that answer from VPD that I spent some of my time asking.
Just need need it to be seconded by someone.
Second.
Okay, we're on amendment queue. I'm just going to clear this queue. So, Councillor Dejanova, you have still up to 5 minutes now in this.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just I try not to go through it in too much detail. Cole's notes are it's the same as before, as what I had put forward before, and this is in addition to. So really, that we would be looking at the possibility of other and more mobile sites. I did hear that there were entire areas and corners of our city that have no safe injection sites. And I think that it is very important that we make safe injection sites accessible to everyone. I look forward to the day that the city has a clean and safe drug supply that also, cuts down the vicious circle that we see of organized crime, money laundering, and the activities that funds. So I think that it's important, though, also that until we have a clean and safe supply, that we're giving everyone access to a safe place. They need it now more than ever without a safe supply all the way throughout Vancouver. So I'd also like to ask that question, Mr. Mayor, because we had heard some differing information as to what VPD would think the best site is based on what they're hearing from the community and a policing lens, just on a public safety kind of front, because we did hear from VCH and appreciate that, but just also wanted to hear from VPD on that.
So your question to VPD is?
What is the best site or sites that you would recommend for additional OPS locations, considering what you're hearing from the community and, from putting kind of a policing lens on that, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, have we got police on the line, City Manager?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we do. I believe we still have both Howard Chow and Bill Spurn. I'm not sure which of them would like to speak to the question, though. Mr. Chow or Bill?
Yeah, it's Bill Spurn, Vancouver Police. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess the question is, where should these sites be put? Was that the question that was posed?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, what we're hearing from the community is they don't want this next to the park. Would we be happy with it a couple blocks away? Yeah, for sure. Would we want it next to the park? No, just because of what we're hearing from the community's concerns, and what we're seeing in the park. So, health can, that's their purview to tell us where these sites are required. Mobile vans are a great idea. I agree, but it's also nice to have fixed locations. But right next to a park, we'd rather not see it there.
Okay, so in looking at, thank you, a follow-up point of information, in looking at other sites, are there certain areas of the city that have no access to safe injection sites? So if people didn't have access or couldn't afford transit and weren't able to get downtown, like for instance in South Vancouver, is there a safe injection site right now? And that's a question for the Vancouver Police, just based on the data they provided.
To my knowledge, there's no safe injection site or overdose prevention site. I know they had their van, kind of Grandview and Commercial for a while, but maybe they could answer that and just confirm their data. I'm unaware of any sites. Okay,
but just a quick question from a policing lens. Would you think that's also needed?
Yeah, I think these are needed throughout the city as hot spots, come up and disappear. And I think we're all in agreement that this is something that everybody should be able to access that needs a service.
Okay, thanks so much. And I know I have very short amount of time left, so I just wanted to reiterate again to Council and appreciate that VCH already did provide information to us about where the sites are, and noting that there aren't any specifically in the southeast far corner of the city. I'm just looking at opportunities for other communities as well. I think that this, if we're really committed to a 4 pillars approach, which I am, this is something where we should make sure that people are served in their community and they don't have to come all the way downtown, especially if they can't afford to, or if they're vulnerable or marginalized, or if they be considered in those groups. So I would hope the council would support this, and that would like council to note it as an addition to. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
This is Mayor. Happy to speak in support of this amendment from a couple of perspectives. Is one of the things I think we've learned through the pandemic, the implications that has had on overdoses in terms of public policy around shutting down services that were critical over the months of March, April, May, is that we need to be nimble and we need to be responsive. And so a mobile service that can be deployed in different areas of the city, as Detective Spurn has just reflected around hotspots and and as we know, there are some other areas of the city that don't have service. I think it really warrants looking at how we do that and actually enable more of those mobile services. And also recognizing that 60% of overdoses are happening in private homes, and we have a number of people who are not getting connected to services in any way, shape, or form. They're not having an ability to test their drugs. They're not getting connected to supervised supports, and probably won't for a lot of reasons as well. Stigmatizing. I had a conversation with a gentleman the other day who's a recreational user, but uses privately and wouldn't seek out these services, but maybe if we did have them more accessible in a mobile service, that might also, in other neighborhoods, that might also be something that people consider. So supportive of the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson. Might be on mute, Councillor Swanson.
You hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Of course, it would be great to have overdose prevention sites every place where they're needed. I have no problem with that. I do have a bit of a problem with through the lens of the 4 pillars drug strategy. I think we need to revise that, particularly the enforcement pillar. More and more people who are working around people who use drugs, and more people who are using drugs are saying we need decriminalization rather than enforcement. And I think even the VPD is saying things in this direction. So I'm not too happy with this section of this amendment to the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm worried about the fact that we're approaching a noon deadline, and unless we move to extend, the business will end. So I move to extend to hear the remainder of the debate and decision on this item before taking our lunch break, then taking an hour lunch break, and then proceeding with in camera, and then returning at whatever that works out to in the time.
I just worried, Councillor Carr, that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 councillors with statements or questions just on this amendment to the amendment queue. Plus, there's other on the amendment, plus the main queue. So I'm thinking we'll probably just break for lunch and come back with this item at 3.
Second that.
But Councillor Carr has the motion on the.
Well, I'll withdraw it. It wasn't seconded.
Okay, thanks. So Council, I think we just have. The clerk informs me she thinks there's a thought that this may take up to maybe an hour to get through. So probably best if we take lunch now, and we could, since Councillor Swanson's finished with her questions, that's probably what we'll do. So let's recess and come back to this item at 3 o'clock. Just remembering that we're in camera from 1 till 3. So with that. I'll come back to the amendment queue discussion when we return from lunch. So thanks for that, Council, and we'll see you in camera at 1. So we're recessed until then. an amendment to an amendment queue with Councillor Swanson up first to speak.
Yes, Councillor Swanson just finished speaking. She has 4 minutes into her 5 minutes. Councillor Dejanova spoke. She's at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Councillor Dominado spoke for just over a minute, and the rest of the council are on the queue.
Okay, and the item we're addressing, again, just to refresh, it's an amendment to the amendment. This is Councillor Dejanova's additions.
That's correct, and we'll just project that shortly.
Okay, great, thanks. Councillor Hardwick, you have up to 5 minutes on, again, speaking to Councillor Dejanova's amendments to Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment.
And I see that it's just coming up there. I was hoping, yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Now I have to put myself back in where we were 3 hours ago, but just give me a second. What I like about this is really, well, I like two parts of it. The emphasis again on the 4 pillars drug strategy, and notwithstanding Councillor Swanson's comments, it is really getting those 4 pillars into balance. That is one of our big, along with affordability, I would say our biggest struggle in the city. And I think it's mission critical that staff should be focused along with other organizations in a space to try and do everything that we can. And we know that there are things that are outside of our ability as a city. But one of the things that I was really struck with was the distribution of overdose deaths in the city. And yes, we acknowledge that the lion's share of them are in the downtown east side, but they're spread all over the city. And most of these deaths are not happening in back alleys. They're happening in people's apartments where they're going home and maybe they're not going out at night because of COVID. And then they get found a day or two later. And it just seems to me that if I was trying to address that physical distribution or geographical distribution of overdose deaths, I would be looking to spread that around the city in the form of initially anyway of mobile ops locations. We do hope that we get this under control, and this is not going to be something that is going to continue to expand and proliferate the way that it has, but rather that we will be able to treat it and get it into balance, which is, I think, the core point in our long-term strategy. So I would really like to see a more distributed approach, and I think the further than part speaks to that. And that's really what I'd like to see in all of this. I know it's really trying for people in the Yaletown, downtown south area to be adapting to the related challenge of the Howard Johnson and the increased volume of homeless in their neighborhood. But we have to sort of pull that apart from what we're dealing with here with the ops location. And think about how we're really addressing this, because they're related, but they are separate issues. And I think when we heard a lot of the speakers, we were conflating the two. So just stating again, I think it's important that we take a distributed approach, that we look at the map and we understand that overdose deaths are being experienced across the whole of the city, and that we should be taking an approach that addresses that to try and bring the 4 pillars into balance and really address this broadly instead of creating more of a condensed, difficult situation on Vancouver South and Yaletown. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, up to 5.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add a few of my thoughts. I am happy to support the first part of this amendment brought forward. And just to remind me where we are in this process is that this is an amendment to the amendment.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I'm going to listen to the debate, but I can support the idea of discussion and consultation and engaging with the community. We've heard loud and clear that needs to happen. What I wish was in here was more language around safe supply
And I think the Four Pillars drug strategy was and is groundbreaking in a sense because it opened up a different kind of dialogue around substance use. However, I think that Safe Supply as a harm reduction, and it's actually within the City of Vancouver's statement around Safe Supply, that it inherently sort of tackles all four pillars of the drug strategy. Of course, there's prevention when it comes to education, our youth. It's a very critical piece to this puzzle that I think this, of course, is not attempting to deal with. But when we talk about the four pillars, I'm not really sure this council has had an opportunity or taken the opportunity to really understand what we mean there. So what I wish was in there was more language around accelerating access to Safe Supply by the means of this OPS or other mobile units or the like. So I'll leave my comments there, and I see other people on the queue and consider how that could be addressed in this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung? Oh, you're on mute now. You're on mute.
Hi, sorry about that. I seem to have a double sticky mute button. Can you hear me now? Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Councillor Kirby-Yung, yes, we can hear you. Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Okay. Should I proceed with comments or wait for the mayor?
Please go ahead if you can hear me.
I can't. We couldn't before.
Yeah, I think I got kicked off. So just go ahead and I can start your timer when I get back on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to support this amendment. I think that I'm sort of struck by analogy to COVID that we have an evolving health situation, and I think we need to be flexible and adapt our responses there. And I think that that this amendment sort of speaks to that in terms of adjusting to the patterns as we see them change in different neighborhoods. I know, for example, that we haven't seen any deaths, I think, in the last number of days or weeks in downtown south, but we have in the downtown east side, we have in South Vancouver, we may see them again here. And I think I like the notion of sort of requesting that we consider a more expanded mobile strategy to support and provide that flexibility in addition to physical, sort of well thought through physical locations. So I do support that. I also wanted to sort of note Councillor Bly's comment around Safe Supply. I also share the disappointment that we're seeing sort of the established model, if I can use those words, of OPS sites put in place without pushing the envelope on trying to expedite Safe Supply and get away from the poisoned drugs that people are dealing with. So if there was any further future amendments that speak to that in general, I certainly would welcome that. But in the context of this specific amendment, I think it does speak to a flexible nature of a response, and it does speak to the ability to be able to shift resources accordingly. So I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm got Councillor Boyle next.
Thanks. I have a point of order, Mayor, which is I'm just wrestling with how much of the direction in this amendment to the amendment is already direction that Council has given through the Mayor's Overdose Task Force work. And so I'm wondering if you can rule as a point of order under 8.7F if this is new work, or is the language in our procedural bylaw that I know we all find a bit uncomfortable, but if this is frivolous in the context of direction of work that's already being done.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. I will check that, and I will just take a few minutes and come back to Council when I'm finished. Okay, thank you. just back, so I've had a look at things. Of course, I haven't had a chance to remember all the details of the overdose task force, but I am going to say this is not out of order. It's in order, just based on the objection that we have talked generally about this in the past and voted on it in the past, but not specifically to my remembrance on overdose prevention sites, and their locations. So it's in order, and I'll ask Councillor Boyle if you want to continue with your comments about this.
Sure. Thank you for that, Mayor. So I absolutely support the idea that we need more OPS locations in all the neighborhoods where they are needed, and in locations around the city. We know that people who use drugs live in all neighborhoods of our city, and so I'm happy to support the prioritizing of OPS sites in every place where they're needed. As Councillor Swanson said, I think the enforcement pillar of the four-pillar approach needs perhaps a rethink in the context of widespread calls, efforts around safe supply as well as decriminalization. But broadly, I'm supportive that we continue to look at new sites and mobile sites to meet this need. It's not entirely clear to me how this relates to the specific lease that is our actual item here, but I support those directions, and so I can certainly live with this language being added on. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm prepared to support this amendment, and I think that it is focused on meeting the need, and the need is obviously to reduce the deaths and to provide opportunities for people to be able to be in a safe location where they can safely use drugs, and that can be done with as minimal impact on the neighborhoods as possible. And I think if you have sites and they're managed well, there is far less impact on the neighborhood, so or whatever neighborhood they're in. So, and I do agree with following the data, following the science, addressing the need. So, also, though, we'll echo in terms of the four-pillar drugs strategy. I think there are concerns around enforcement. And the bigger concern, of course, is for me is making sure that there are the services that are in place to enable people to be safe and to be able to get the services they need to move off the use of drugs when they are ready to do that. So I can support.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I was just alerted that there's a really dangerous part in this motion, and that is directing staff to work with VPD around the prioritization. We've heard in all kinds of other presentations that VPD doesn't belong in health-related situations. For example, people are saying the VPD monitoring at Insight drives people away who need it and use in the alleys because they're afraid to go to Insight if VPD is there. So I think that this is actually a dangerous amendment, and I don't think we should support it. I would try and amend to take VPD out, but I can't amend an amendment to an amendment. So I think we have to vote against this. We heard over 200 speakers a couple of months ago talk about how it's really important to have community-led responses to health issues and not to have police responses to health issues. And I think we need to push that forward as a council in the interests of greater health. We can't have VPD going in there if it's going to drive away people who need the services, and it will.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DeGenova?
Oh, thanks. Just really quickly wanted to say that if there was something that someone wanted to sever, Mr. Mayor, as I had understood that there was a councillor who had mentioned they're not supportive of the four pillars approach and want to sever. It's my understanding this can be severed because they're two separate paragraphs. So I just wanted to offer that. I, of course, will be supporting this. And I think bringing everyone together is exactly what we need to do. And that provides the ability to have consultation as well between VPD, perhaps to Councillor Swanson's point, although, I wouldn't want to ever say anything that negatively reflects on any of our staff or the organizations or contractors that we work with. I also think that if there are any ways that organizations, agencies such as VPD, Vancouver Fire and Rescue, which is under our umbrella technically, and our city staff, along with Vancouver Coastal Health, can work better together, you can't have those conversations unless you're all at the table together. So I think that that's important, and this amendment was put forward in the spirit just simply of wanting to make sure that we serve everyone in the city, and especially those poor and the poor people. And by poor people, I want to be very clear that I am in no way trying to say that this does not harm people. The overdose crisis has reached across socioeconomic barriers, as we've seen. And there are many people that we wouldn't know are using, and they're using in private, and they are dying. And I want to make sure that there's access to overdose prevention for them everywhere throughout our city. This is an issue that touches all of us. That being said, I do welcome an amendment if Councillor Bly would like to add something about clean supply. In fact, I didn't want to do that because I know that's something that the mayor is working on in the overdose task force. But it was only for that reason that I leave that up to VCH and wasn't sure where we were at in the ability for nurses to be able to prescribe that I didn't add that. But I'd welcome that from Councillor Bly and happy to support that. This is just my contribution in addition. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick comment to Councillor Swanson's point. I don't read this at all that we're suggesting that VPD be involved in the health response. I read this that both VCH and VPD are important sources of data in terms of their different responses where overdoses happen, where they might overdose at home, they may be transported to a hospital, and so where it's from a statistical point of view to help inform where the greatest need is. I don't at all read this that there's any suggestion that VPD be involved in the health response, but simply that they be an input in terms of stats. And so that's quite clear to me, and I just thought that might be helpful to share that for the record. I don't think that that's what the language says, and I don't think that that's the intent here at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, you have about 3.5 minutes. Might be on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I wonder if through you I could ask a point of information to VCH.
Okay.
Which is, what do you think about having VPD in this motion, in this amendment to the amendment?
I think that's, could you be a little more specific?
Well, would VPD, would VCH be able to function with proper paying attention to proper outcomes if VPD was involved as this motion suggests?
We have Mr. Van Veen there.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Chris Van Veen, Director of Strategy and Public Health Planning at VCH. Thanks for your question, Councillor Swanson. I think when it comes to the operations of the site, we'll work with Rain City to ensure that they're operating the site in a way that's consistent with our Vancouver Coastal Health Overdose Prevention Service manual guidelines, and we'll have staff there to work with them on the safe operations and the COVID safety plan and the Good Neighbor Agreement and all those sorts of things. And I think that it is appropriate for us to sort of take the lead on the site operations itself, but of course, happy to work with VPD on any issues that come up in the broader community as it relates to folks who are vulnerable and folks who are at risk of overdose.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just back here now. Okay, that's it for discussion, this amendment to the amendment. So I'm going to call a vote on this. Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Wiebe.
Trying to vote here. Mr. Mayor, could I get a vote assist, please?
Sure.
In favor, of course.
Okay, great, thanks. And if clerks could pull the vote up on screen, that amendment to the amendment passes with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, thanks, Council. So I'm going back to the main amendment queue. Councillor Dejanova, you have about 45 seconds left. Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I've got you overtime at this point. I can just check with the clerk, but
I have an amendment to the amendment.
yep, I've got you. Oh, I hear people. Maybe put yourself on mute. I can hear folks in the background. I do have you overtime. If you can just give me 1 second, I'm just going to see if that's a correct read on your clock, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I'll be right back. Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I have checked with the clerk, and indeed you're over time on this, so you can't get the floor, and so I actually have to move back to the main queue now.
Procedurally, I can. I do have the floor, and I do have the ability to bring an amendment to the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
No, but you only have 5 minutes for the floor, unless there's a second round or something.
I'm proposing an amendment to the amendment, which starts a new queue. That's our
But you don't actually have the floor under the amendment queue.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to ask us to roll back the tapes, and
I'm not going to.
No, I know. Well, maybe you will if you hear me out. We've done it before in council, but I have I've chaired before, and I've not stopped people's clocks when I'm I'm trying to be gentle here, Mr. Mayor. When I'm ruling on an amendment, and I do believe Councillor Kirby-Young's clock was running for some time while you were ruling on a few of her earlier amendments and hadn't put us over the queue yet. So I was just hoping you might take that into consideration.
Yeah, well, Councillor Kirby-Yung has the floor on the main queue where we are now for 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
And if I may just ask another point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor? Isn't an amendment considered a motion, and you receive time at the beginning and time at the end?
No, only on main motions.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, you're on the main queue.
So I do have an amendment to the amendment. I have emailed it into the clerk. I'll be very quick. It's very straightforward, and it simply strikes the words and require a good neighbor agreement so that only the language remains around these conditions which legal has said that we can attach.
Great. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I think we just got our wires crossed. That I thought you were amending Councillor Dejanova's. Okay, so yeah, sure, this is fine. And so if you can send this into the clerk.
I sent it before the lunch break.
Okay, and we've just got it up on screen now, it seems.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, go ahead, clerks.
We just voted on the amendment to the amendment, so we should be back in the amendment queue.
Right, and there wasn't anybody else on the amendment queue, so we should have had a vote. You're right.
That's correct.
I forgot to call a vote. Okay, right. So, Council, before we move to this, Councillor Kirby-Yung, we do actually need to move to your amendment vote on that amended amendment first, and then go to back to the queue. But you'll still be able to amend that language.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Right. So, if the clerks can call a vote, and this is on the amended amendment.
Point of procedure, can we get the language up on the screen of the amended amendment?
Okay. We are in the middle of a vote, and the clerks. It is what Councillor Kirby-Yung moved with the addition of the amendment from, so right there is, that's on.
Point of information, Mayor.
We're in the middle of the vote, so
I believe the language "good neighbor agreement" was removed in the.
It wasn't. There's an amendment in the queue for that, but it hasn't hit the floor yet. So we just need a vote from Councillor Fry and Councillor DiGenova.
Well, Mr. Mayor, a point of privilege, if I
Sure.
could please have
Go
a
ahead.
vote in favor.
Vote in favor? Okay, thanks. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Boyle in opposition. So now, and that's up on screen, thank you, clerks. Now we are back to the main queue, and Councillor Kirby-Yung, you can go ahead. You've got 3.5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I hopefully I won't repeat it. Just strikes those words, and hopefully the clerk can bring up the language. I'm not seeing it on my screen, but it simply strikes the good neighbor words agreement and leaves the attaching information as lease conditions, which to follow the advice of legal.
Okay.
And I see it on the screen there now, so it just removes those 5 words. 6 words. Thank you.
Okay. Great. So do we have a seconder for that?
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
Okay, thanks. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to clear this queue. Okay, so if you wanted to speak this, please put yourself on this queue. Otherwise, we can call a vote.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, point of privilege.
Sure, go ahead. I haven't called the vote yet because I was just waiting to see if anyone wanted to speak. Nobody wants
to. If you could put me on the queue, I'm just trying to get my pen.
Oh, I see.
Okay,
put you on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova, up to 5 minutes.
And just wanted to make sure where we were at, Mr. Mayor. We're on the amendment that's highlighted in the blue text. Is that correct? About the good neighbor
We
agreement?
are, yep, just striking out and require a good neighbor agreement is where we are.
So I'm just I was bringing up some of the public hearing good neighbor agreements that we have amended and just into different policies, liquor primaries, and so on. And I'm just wondering what is the difference here? Why would our legal department, it's a point of information, why? The question isn't if, why are they suggesting that a good neighbor agreement not be included in the language?
My understanding, Councillor DiGenova, from what was said to us by legal and by the city manager, is there's different conditions under which good neighbor agreements apply, and they're different in different contexts. And in this context, it wouldn't be that effective. And putting wording in a lease has been told to us by legal as being much more effective.
I'm still not quite sure exactly what it is that we won't, that's the concern, considering we've done it before, but I don't know that I'm going to get that out of another point of information, so I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thanks very much. And I'm going to call a vote then on this, striking out this bit of text. And that passes with Councillor DiGenova in opposition. Thanks so much, Council. Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you have anything else?
So we're now, procedurally, point of procedure, we're now...
the amended, we're at the amended motion.
Okay. The amended motion or the amended amendment?
Nope, we're at the, we've done everything. Everything has been completed that's been proposed to this point.
Okay, I will go back on the queue and wait my comments for later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just to clarify, we're on the main motion at this point?
Yep, the main motion as amended.
Okay, great. So I will be speaking enthusiastically in support of these services in a neighborhood where we know they're needed. And I want to speak to the number of speakers who showed up and the folks we've been hearing from, recognizing that people who use drugs in the community have been following this and know that their fate and in many cases their lives are being debated in the context of this lease. I really think it's valuable to emphasize, as one of our speakers did, that the emergency that we're facing here is people dying from a toxic drug supply. And in terms of public safety, that the safest option is to open this OPS, that overdose prevention sites improve safety for all of us. And there are numerous studies that help reiterate that, that it gives people an option to move inside and not be using outside, that, as another one of our speakers said, the job of overdose prevention sites, which we know they serve well in Vancouver already, is to keep people alive, to connect them to services, and to provide radical kindness. We need these services in the midst of a multi-year public health crisis where people are dying in devastating numbers because of the toxic drug supply. This is a crisis, and we can't afford to delay because people's lives are at stake. So I strongly support this lease. I'm glad to see the conversation moving forward, looking at other neighborhoods as well, and I'm glad to see that I hope that we will be able to offer these folks, people who use drugs in this neighborhood, a safe option to move inside and to get connected with more services in their own neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, there you go.
I'm just going to take myself off the queue temporarily and come back on in a minute, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's been quite a long process here. I'm going to be supporting this motion, and I do want to just note for council that this is very similar, in fact, almost identical in terms of content, without a few of the other amendments that have happened recently, to the motion that, or the amendment that Councillor Fry circulated to all of us earlier today. And I obviously supported that one. I am definitely supporting this one because it is so similar. I really want to note, first of all, for the community, thank you for coming to speak to us. It was many of you spoke passionately and emotionally, and I feel that you were heard by council. And it might be hard, but I really believe that many of the issues that have been faced by the community will be alleviated by the actual overdose prevention site being put into place, with the kind of very clear directions in terms of conditions on the lease that are going to require that site and its management pay attention to and make sure that there are issues around cleanliness, around the disturbance to the community locally that you've been suffering with are not going to continue, or that will be mitigated. But I, more importantly, really want to emphasize for those people who came to speak passionately for this site, again, you were heard. People are dying. 10 times more deaths have been from COVID. 5 people every day, 1,000 so far this year. And they die more often when they use alone, and they don't die at safe injection sites. St. Paul's verified the need for this, and the provincial health order does establish the fact that the province, through the health authority, can put in place a safe injection site where it is needed. The need was clear through the St. Paul's information and the data presented to us from the emergency calls around overdoses. That this area of our city is second only to the downtown east side with the emergency calls. Most of the people coming from the West End and Granville Strip and this immediate area. I'm very happy to, in the end, see the additions to this motion by Councillor DiGenova, which really point to the fact that this council is committed to ensuring that there are safe injection sites throughout the city, wherever there is a need that is evident by the data that we're getting, by the emergency calls, by the overdose deaths. It's our responsibility to take care as elected officials of people and ensure their health, their well-being, and I believe that that's what this motion moves to do. So thank you, everyone, staff for their work on this, and the partnerships with Vancouver Coastal Health, which are so incredibly valuable to us.
Sorry, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah. So we know that overdose prevention sites save lives. We lost 259 precious human beings through drug poisoning last year. This area in Yaletown is the second highest area next to the downtown east side that needs an OPS. When we have an OPS, people will be able to use indoors, chill indoors, use a washroom indoors, dispose of needles properly, get access to further services if they need them, get access to safe supply that's free. I actually checked out the site on Saturday. I went up there with trepidation, fearing that I would be encountering people chasing me down the alleys and garbage all over the place. And I encountered a nice park full of more strollers than I've ever seen in my life, and a bunch of happy families and children playing. I didn't see any garbage, even in the alleys. And I did see 4 people who could have been homeless. They weren't wearing designer clothes. I don't know if they were homeless. They were chatting, sitting on the edge of the park. I think when this site opens, the people in the neighborhood will see that it's helping, and they'll hopefully calm down a little bit. I think it's been a huge, we talk at council a lot about how important it is to reduce stigma for people, against people who use drugs. And we have a whole campaign against it. But the campaign against this site, emphasizing that it was a place to use illegal drugs, made the stigma worse. This whole exercise has made the stigma worse. I'm hoping that the people who use drugs and who need the site can see, by us actually approving the site in spite of all of this, that we're trying to help, and that we love them and want them to have nice lives like everybody else.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I will be voting support. I think that this has been a great dialogue. I think that there's a lot of conversations. I really appreciate Vancouver Coastal Health talking about how they will continue to be looking at other locations and ones that could be larger and ones that could have an inhalation component and one that can be better integrated with the community. But we need to recognize that we have a crisis right now. We need to move forward. But I really appreciate kind of this open dialogue in Vancouver Coastal Health, really taking to account all the great speakers we've had on both sides of this debate, trying to really recognize how we can come up with a solution that's working for the community. OPS sites take a significant amount of needles off the street, and I think it's important to recognize that we need safe places for people to go in and not only have dignity to use, but to be able to talk to someone and have that community to find out what other services there are available, and access to clean supply and treatment and all the things that we continue to want for our neighbors in the city of Vancouver. This is a critical time in the City of Vancouver to ensure that we are moving forward. I'm glad that this is one step and that we also voted on having trailers and being able to have more locations in different communities, recognizing this is no longer a situation that's dealing with one neighborhood, but it's happening all over the city. And the more we can do to provide safe places for people to use and provide more opportunity to connect to the people that are using, the more ability we have to help support and lift up our friends and family and neighbors that are hurting. And I think we're in a situation right now where we all need to kind of work together to support each other. And so be supportive of what's happening here and really appreciate all the work staff's done to move this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And I have an amendment I'd like to move forward.
Second.
I just need you to speak a bit more into your microphone, Councillor Bly.
Oh, apologies. Is that better?
No problem. Yep, that's a lot better. Thank you.
Great.
And maybe we'll get the, okay, there it is up on screen. And we have a seconder, so I'll move us over to, I think I heard Councillor Wiebe say second already, so I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Bly, if you wanted to speak to this, please go ahead.
Sure, and I can just be very brief. As I mentioned in comments to a previous amendment, the missing piece for me around harm reduction in when we talk about the 4 pillars is also an endorsement of safe supply. And we know that the province of British Columbia has granted new powers and in an effort to increase access to safe supply, which also includes a prescription of safe supply by nurses outside of a medicalized setting. So what I'd like to see is staff work with Vancouver Coastal Health and the operator of this site, if it were to go ahead, to enable and accelerate access to safe supply.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. I said that I would support this, and I wholeheartedly will. Not only do I support heroin-assisted therapy, which is something that has been used for some time now in European cities like Portugal, and before that Switzerland. I mean, it was really a way that was a catalyst for Needle Park and a number of the different pieces that came together with the 4 pillars. And I think that we can celebrate the 4 pillars for that, because we talk about clean supply, and I don't know that we'd be here if it wasn't for the 4 pillars. And I'm really proud of that, because it's something that we've seen, Mayor Philip Owen support. We've seen Mayor Sam Sullivan support. We've seen Mayor Larry Campbell support. We've seen Mayor Gregor Robertson support, and we've heard from you, Mayor Stewart, that you support this as well. I think that there's work to be done. There certainly is. I was very upset to hear how short-lived the Naomi trial and the Salome trial were in the city of Vancouver. And the difficulty people had accessing those drugs because they were trials. And I think that if that was available today, maybe we would see more lives that have been saved. So although I think this is something that's already being done in the Mayor's Overdose Task Force and through our staff and their work, I do think that it's important that it's in here. Councillor Bly, and I appreciate that, and I will support it. I just wanted to note also that we can't just offer one type of safe supply, to Councillor Hardwick's comments earlier, and expect that one size fits all. That an opioid vending machine is going to be the same thing as actual intravenous drug therapy, and some of that intravenous drug therapy is not the same and is not on par with heroin-assisted treatment that I believe was 53 cents a dose. That's the stats I have here, but those are from a few years ago. So I'm really hoping that as we move forward, we again can, take our place sort of not only at the table in Canada, but also in advocating for people who are dying from a toxic drug supply. And also to the other points, going full circle all the way around to the commitment this council has made. You know, we talk about enforcement, but Councillor Boyle, I know both you and I have both been outspoken on money laundering as well, and I think the Clean Supply also addresses issues that we see with that. So I hope you're with me on that, Councillor Boyle, because I think that, you know, to make sure that we aren't seeing money laundering, which often is tied to high-level drug trafficking. I'm not talking about, small possession charges. I hope that we can come together and see that the 4 pillars actually very much is needed in the context of how we consider it. And it's all 4 pillars that are needed. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the amendment from Councillor Bly, and I will support it because I think safe supply is better than a poison drug supply. However, I note that it's not as good as the biggest gap that we have, in my view, which is significant mental health and addictions treatment, but it is progressive. And I think that's the biggest gap in the whole that we need to really start dialing up and focusing. We need to move beyond just the supply conversation, safe or otherwise, but really more into the treatment conversation. And I fundamentally believe that to my core. I think that's the biggest gap. I would note here, and I'm not going to pull this one, but Council has been very concerned procedurally here that because this was changed at the 11th hour with the lease, is that the city actually has no relationship with the operator. And we've heard different things today that Rain City may be the operator, or Rain City will be the operator, and there's an intention to sublease. So our relationship, I would just point out, but I'm not going to make a procedural issue of it, is specifically and directly with Coastal Health. That's what's being contemplated here. We won't have one with the operator. Coastal Health will do that if they, based on the affirmation on the sort of the differing information that we got earlier today. So I just want to be clear about that. But I support the spirit of this, and I'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm just pulling up my panel here. Councillor D'Aminato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to Councillor Bly for bringing it forward. Fully support the amendment, and I think it speaks to ongoing issue that's been identified by members of the community, by substance users themselves, by advocates, is the critical importance of safer supply. And, you know, when I reflect back to 2016, so when I was still working with the province and working alongside health, and it was the initial distribution of naloxone kits, you know, at the time that was to be a game changer to save lives. But I'm troubled by the fact that it's 2020 and we don't have a full spectrum of safer supply. And in fact, it really seemed to be urged into our policy framework through a pandemic, when in fact we've known for years that we needed to take control of the drug supply, and we don't have control of it, which is why people are dying, as we have a tainted drug supply. And so I applaud Councillor Bly for making that addition.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we'll vote on this one. Clerk could load that up. Great. And that's passed unanimously, Council. Thank you. And we'll just go back to the main queue. Councillor Bly, do you have anything else?
Sure. I'll just very briefly, final comments on the overall motion. I think this has been extremely complex in some ways, and in other ways really clear and quite simple. And so there's too much to fill talking for 5 minutes. I think I might have fatigue around this topic. So I really just want to say that I appreciate the work that's done in the community by Vancouver Coastal Health, by operators that support safe consumption sites and overdose prevention sites, Overdose Prevention Society. And I also appreciate the hundreds of emails that we've gotten from people residents sharing their concerns around the changing environment in our city. And I think that is a much bigger, broader conversation. And listening with a very open mind to all of the different concerns, I am I'm quite certain that this will help and not hurt. And I know that might be very difficult for people to understand how something like an overdose prevention site, but what I see is people are using drugs in public because they don't have somewhere to go where they could be supervised and taken care of in the event that there is an overdose. And so rather than feeling confronted with people's public drug use, I see the opportunity to look at it as somebody hoping that they get noticed in case they are not breathing or that they have inadvertently experienced an overdose from the poison drug supply that they are addicted to. So I think that this is a very difficult conversation, the mental leap to go from having some judgment around what's happening versus being able to look at the situation with empathy. It happens on many different levels. And for me personally, it happens because I've experienced people who have passed away from a poison drug supply. So it helped me make that mental leap into empathy and compassion and some understanding. And yet at the same time, I had kids that played at Emery Barnes Park, so I questioned the proximity. So I think at the end of this, and here I am filling up my 5 minutes anyways, I think at the end of this debate, what I realized is we've been looking, or Vancouver Coastal Health have been looking for an appropriate site for over a year. In the meantime, overdose deaths are rising exponentially and in this area. So I think at the end of the day, they need a well-equipped site to operate out of with bathrooms where needles can be disposed, where people can recover from their consumption before going back out into public. And I think with the additions from Councillor Kirby-Yung, I feel comfortable voting in support of this lease after careful consideration of this entire process, and look forward to getting a report back from staff on how it's going. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if I could move for a 5-minute recess to review the fully amended motion and recommendations. The version I see doesn't include Councillor Bly's most recent amendment.
Sure, let's...
and the yellow memo as well.
I'm just wondering if we can finish our comments and just take a break before we vote, or you don't want to do that now?
Sure. Have we not voted on Councillor Bly's amendment? I thought we had.
Yeah, we're just kind of concluding remarks now. You want to take a recess now to review it?
Yeah, so I can review, so I can make my comments, yes. Because I'm missing, I don't see Councillor Bly's amendments, and I don't see the yellow memo in the
okay, so let's recess until 4:15, and just so council can review the amendment.
Just wanted to say it's already 4:11, and I don't have the recommendations. I'd emailed the clerk, just a point of privilege. Could we maybe have
4:20 it is.
Okay,
We'll come back at 4:20.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, you're up?
Mayor Stewart, we don't have quorum yet.
Okay.
I'm going to come back on the queue, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate the dialogue on this today, and I appreciate the discussion around the table. I am pleased that Council was supportive of including these conditions in an effort to put a plan in place and mitigate the impacts on the neighborhood. However, having said that, I think that it's really important to note that empathy to me extends to everybody and not just the most vulnerable who are suffering currently with addictions, but we heard some very real concerns from people in the neighborhood who have changed their patterns. One gentleman spoke about his wife who now, which goes against everything we're trying to create in terms of the city, drives a couple of blocks to work, won't go to the corner store in the evenings, is concerned about that. We have, I think, as a council and as a city, really strive to put services in place in a way that they can coexist together and create those diverse neighborhoods. But I think about things like cannabis stores where we have a requirement for proximity and we don't locate them near children's playgrounds, et cetera. And to me, this location doesn't make sense for that reason. I recognize that this is a health imperative and there is the ability to move forward here, but I think that there's been a lot of moving parts in the process, and I honestly don't feel that the community feels heard. And I think if we're going to have these harm reduction services in our neighborhoods, we need to do it in a way that we can bring people along. And we heard from a number of speakers with very valid concerns that expressed that they would be willing to have a dialogue, that would like to understand more about how these sites work. I think what we have heard too is that this is a small site. We don't know what the capacity will be with the new physical distancing requirements. It is smaller than all the other currently existing sites. It doesn't have some of the the ability to fully self-contain or provide an inhalation space and a number of other components. And I think that's a problem, but fundamentally, does it make sense to me to locate something near a children's playground and where a new daycare is coming in? No, it does not. I was reading back to an August article that workers at St. Paul's were speaking about the site there, which I believe is the same operator that's proposed here, although it was unclear from the answers today, that they had some significant concerns because there weren't measures in place. They didn't have security, and I think, put issues forward to WorkSafe BC because it was an unsafe workplace. And I think what we're experiencing here is a desire to integrate these services into the neighborhoods, but to do it in a way that we can put mitigation plans in place and work with the community. I think this process has been very problematic, and I think that people feel that the goalposts were changed in order for this outcome to pass, because what I've heard is that Rain City, well, they may be offered, and then we've heard that they will be, and then we've heard that they're subleasing, and so now we're at exactly the same place in my mind as the original report, which proposed a lease with Rain City and a grant. But now it's Vancouver Coastal who are giving up the grant, but plan to sublease to Rain City with the same result, but without a plan and a process in place. And the answer has been consistently, we'll work on that later, or that will come after. And I don't think that that's fulfilling our responsibility at the city. I think that this council has fully supported opioid prevention sites. I think we have heard that there is the St. Paul site, there is the mobile site. We heard from BCH, this isn't a net increase in service, this is a shift in size, but it's also not necessarily going to achieve what a physical location will in terms of all of those benefits with physical distancing. So I think that we need to do this in a way that we bring the neighborhood along. We need to be responsive to concerns. We have a responsibility, I think, to put those plans in place. And I don't think that we're doing that. And I think the process, honestly, in my view, has been compromised. The fact that a lease at market rate wouldn't normally come before council, and we've received information back from staff and answers that we have to proceed with this vote because the process could be legally compromised because now we've done it in the public eye, is really troublesome to me. And so I just think that fundamentally at some point we have to use common sense and say, how do we put these services in our neighborhoods in a way that sets them up for success, but doesn't pit them against each other? And directly in proximity to a playground doesn't make sense to me. You can't suggest that there's going to be less harms with this potentially on a neighborhood than there would be with having a cannabis store. So that sort of analogy just doesn't compute there. I'm fully supportive of finding an alternate location. We're doing it at market rates now, but I think we need to provide a service that is actually going to deliver some of those.
I'm sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, you're well over time.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize that. I appreciate it.
Yep, Councillor Fry.
Thanks. Mayor, can you hear me? I've had some tech difficulties.
Yep, I can hear you fine.
Great. Well, we know we're in an epidemic of toxic drug supply that's been causing an unprecedented number of deaths in our city, and we know that this proposed overdose prevention site will save lives. What we're not really talking about, and we need to talk about more, is how this site can improve lives, and not just for people who use drugs, but for everyone, for all the nearby businesses and residents, for the folks living in the New Continental, for folks living in the Brava, for families at Emery Barnes, for folks over at the Scotia Dance Center or the Gathering Place. We heard loud and clear all the concerns from folks in the neighborhood who have noticed legitimately a significant change since the opening of the Howard Johnson. They've seen increase in litter, disorder, people who are sick or in psychosis, people who are in trauma, people who are sick, people who the needles, the drug derritists in the parks and the playgrounds, increases in crime, the bear bangers. You know, I've attended on numerous occasions previously to see the situation around the mobile unit when it was parked on the south side of Helmkin, adjacent to this proposed ops site, and saw firsthand how out of hand it was. And these things are all happening, and to suggest otherwise would be naive or disingenuous, or really even just gaslighting the community. But these things are happening now in the area, regardless of the fact that there isn't an overdose prevention site here right now. And this is why we need harm reduction, not just for people who use drugs, but for the whole community, so that we're managing things like public drug use that are already happening in the community, and we're managing public in distress that's already happening in the community, and we're managing the lack of public washroom facilities that's already happening in the community, and we're managing a lack of indoor outreach space that's already happening in the community. So this overdose prevention site is actually a solution to some of the problems that the community at large is already grappling with. Is it going to be a silver bullet? Probably not. There's a lot of work to do on this. And could we have done a better job of presenting this to the community? I would say definitely. We did not do a good job with this. We should have come in with a much better case for this site, with an operational plan that would really specifically and explicitly mitigated some of the issues that we've been hearing from residents in Yaletown for months now. We should have been more proactive in presenting this plan to the public and anticipating the conversation around this specific location, so we could have avoided a lot of the polarizing, stigmatizing, underinformed language that has come out of this conversation that had to happen. But here we are, and after a difficult and stigmatizing conversation, we're agreeing to this location with conditions, and I think that's the key. These conditions are ones that we're able to apply because this is a lease of city property. So these conditions really are going to serve as a commitment to the community. And so I hope that residents who are listening right now, and as this rolls out, and if they have problems with the operation, they're going to complain to the landlord, which is us, the city, and make sure that this is being the best it can be and being part of the solution, not a problem. I know it's a scary kind of like precipice to step off into, but I really am confident that working together, we can make this a successful OPS that not only saves lives, but improves lives. So I'm grateful for the work that was done on getting us here today with these amendments, and happy to vote in favor of this with hopes for the future. Thanks.
Councillor Hardwick?
Well, we are in a crisis. We're in an emergency situation. And I think we all hope that we'll get to a point where that crisis passes. It's concurrent with the pandemic that we're going through, and I think that has exacerbated the problem. And again, we've seen overdose deaths increasing across the city. And it's the fact that it's happening across the city that I believe that we should be focusing on a more distributed approach. And if I had the money, I would spend that on more mobile units distributed around the city, informed by the maps that we've seen of where those overdose deaths have occurred. Location matters, and we are talking about a permanent location. across from a park, playground, and a community that has not. And I think we can all agree that there has been insufficient dialogue with the community around this proposal. So as Councillor Fry just said, but here we are. So what do we do? I believe we need to take a more distributed approach, a more mobile approach, because that is going to be temporary rather than making something stable and ongoing, because then, the die is cast. It's really hard to undo things, and it's not going to be a temporary move. It's going to become a permanent move. This is not an increase. This is a shift from a mobile unit over at St. Paul's. And I'd like to see an increase, not just a shift to a permanent location. So those are the key points to me. I mean, I like so many of us, have had people that are close to us die alone in their apartments. And I just wish that we could come up with solutions that would be more broadly based. But I don't want to be, dropping this on one neighborhood, especially when we haven't had sufficient dialogue around it. I feel that, we're being shoehorned into this, and it's, in my view, it's not appropriate to take it out on, and have this specifically in one neighborhood, especially after what we've seen of the geographical distribution of overdose deaths throughout the city. So I would really encourage us going forward to be looking, again, I can't emphasize it enough, if the data is telling us we need to take a distributed approach, let's do that. And ultimately, I believe location is everything, and putting overdose prevention centers across the street from a park, especially after the insights that we heard from the police department, and we may not, I know that there's a lot of pushback against enforcement, but, this is going to affect a lot of people's lives. And if we want to save lives across the city, let's take a more distributed approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff and all of council for a thoughtful dialogue on this really important issue. A couple of comments. I really want to be clear from the outset that I support harm reduction efforts and overdose prevention sites. I support safer supply. I support expanded treatment pathways. And it's clear from the information we received from VCH that we do need an OPS in the downtown south area. And we know that overdose prevention sites will save lives, as Councillor Fry points out. And also, I think there are opportunities. I've done my own research around addressing community concerns around impact that we've heard. But I also believe in listening to residents and to the public, and I believe in solid public engagement to bring people together around critical issues. And over the last number of weeks, including this weekend when I spent time down in the community, I heard a number of things from residents. I heard concerns about the proximity of the park and playground, which was also echoed by VPD today. I heard concerns about the lack of public engagement and there not being formal plans around this proposed site, as well as unaddressed concerns, public safety and community impact concerns from residents. We also heard from advocates around concerns around the size of the site, the lack of chill-out space, the lack of inhalation services. And so there's been a wide range of community feedback in the last number of weeks. And I know, like other councillors, I've received many individually, personally addressed emails and correspondence on this subject. Personally, I wanted to support the referral that was proposed earlier today because I really felt it struck the balance that was necessary to address both the public health concerns around our persistent and egregious overdose episodes in our city, but also to address the community impact considerations. So I was disappointed that that didn't go ahead. But to be very clear, the neighborhood doesn't get a veto over services in downtown South. However, I do believe residents deserve to have a voice and to be engaged. There's a service in place currently at Helmcken and Seymour, and it will continue, and would have continued even if the referral had passed. And I think there is merit in looking at community considerations. And to the point about stigma, I was disappointed in some of the comments I've heard in recent weeks. They have been very stigmatizing and very polarizing. And I actually believe if we'd had a bit of extra time to engage with the community, we could have bridged the gulf and it would have addressed the issues of stigma that Councillor Swanson raised through a better process. And I think that the process broke down here. And I met families who'd come out for the rally at Emery Barnes, but I also met families at the park the other day women who are fearful, women who are concerned for their children. They didn't come for the rally at all. They were just there bringing their children to the park. They said they're changing their walks home. And I think those are considerations we also have to take into account. But overall, I hear some of the public feedback and concerns that have been expressed. The anger and the frustration that people feel about people dying from overdoses and from a tainted drug supply, absolutely, we should be angered. We should be frustrated collectively at the lack of action on the part of our different levels, our higher levels of government, particularly when there's been a declared health emergency since 2016. And frankly, our fragmented system is failing individuals, it's failing people who are substance users and struggling with addiction, it's failing families, it's failing communities. And I don't know what we've been waiting for. It took a pandemic to bring some form of safer supply. I really believe, and I've said this before, that we need to bring all the levels together and get them to coordinate with some urgency. And that's what my call for a task force was about last month, because I fundamentally believe we're not giving these issues the attention they deserve. And if we could do it for a pandemic, then surely we could do it for mental health and addictions. But we aren't there. And there's a massive leadership vacuum in this area. And so I just want to reflect that, because I think there is a lot of frustration out there and fear, and rightly so, and we need to do more.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'm sure that I don't have a full 5 minutes, so I'll try and keep it brief. I just want to say that I first of all want to say thank you to all of the speakers. Some who had shared that they had never spoken to council before. I think that it's important to be engaged in your community. That being said, I also heard from many speakers that didn't realize the time commitment that would go into having to monitor and speak to council. And although I suggested to some people that they could send their comments in, I understood that there were a number of people who want to be engaged on this issue. And I don't see them from one side or another, but I think that this is exactly the problem. There are sides, and the divide is getting bigger. And that is not what the 4 pillars drug strategy is about. I actually think that, there's a lot of mischaracterizations of what the 4 pillars drug strategy is and how Vancouver has approached it. I see the enforcement pillar as not a pillar that is used to enforce simple possession. It's a pillar that is used to enforce everything that travels all the way up from organized crime to money laundering to people who are actually, committing violent crimes against our most marginalized and vulnerable people. And the reason I say that is it's almost like we're afraid to talk about this one pillar, but it lifts the other pillars up just as the other pillars hold it up. And we need all 4 pillars for this strategy to work. And that's the reason that it does. That being said, I think there can be some nuances to what is decriminalized. And I look at Portugal's model. And actually, enforcement there is a lot harsher than it even is here if you look at their diversion program. But aside from that, what I heard from the community especially after it was reported that there was a change to this report at the last minute that, changed the goalposts, as some people in the community told me, was that they spent a long time waiting to speak to council, either for the overdose prevention site or in opposition because they were scared. The person I spoke to had fear. And I firmly believe that this should be the solution that brings people together. It shouldn't be the wedge that divides people and drives them apart. But unfortunately, we've seen that. And I think it's our job as a council that's been elected to lead the city to move forward and to make sure that that no longer is perpetuated. And I'd like to see that broken down in that it's not some lottery of what neighborhood gets this, in that everyone's being served with overdose prevention sites, and we're breaking down the stigma. That being said, I think that enforcement is important. Enforcement of property crime, of violent assault. I don't think that harm reduction and enforcement or public safety are exclusive of each other. I mean, you can have harm reduction and have public safety for everyone. It's not some people get one and some people get another. And, to the people who spoke out in fear, who have found needles when their children are playing, as the mom of a toddler, I completely understand. I know parents whose children, whose toddler has been stuck by a needle. And the stigma and the stats, did I ever know what the stats were on whether or not, a disease was transmitted? No, I didn't, because my child hasn't been. And these people didn't either until their child was stuck with a needle. Then they learned real fast. The reason I share this is I don't think it's one situation over another. I think we owe it to serve all of these people and to bring them together. And I think the safe injection site, overdose prevention site, all of the measures, and especially the good work done by Rain City and especially Sarah Blythe and others, needs to be considered, needs to be respected. At the same time, I think we have to ask ourselves, are we bringing, communities together here? I support the Fort Pillars approach, but it doesn't work without the community. And I'm concerned that here the community feels left behind, especially as goalposts were moved on Monday. So I will be asking for sever. There's a lot that I do support, and I hope to see overdose prevention sites across our city. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
And just a point of privilege on the sever when you're ready, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Council, I just put myself at the end of the queue. I haven't said a lot as I've been sharing through all these hearings. I would say that just like when we rezoned 601 Beach, which I could see from my window, of course, Emery Barnes Park is 8 minutes from where I live. I went out for lunch and went over to Urban Fair. I walk through this neighborhood 2-3 times a day. And of course, people know who I am, so they come up and speak to me. And when COVID started and the Howard Johnson Open, a lot of people stopped me and said, wow, something's going on here. Talked to the BIA. There was all kinds of damage through Yaletown and on all the other stresses with COVID. But that has subsided. I know that police have put a lot more resources. Folks have settled in more to Howard Johnson. There's more wraparound services, and the relaxation on COVID and all the stuff we've done to get patios in, not just for restaurants but also for nonprofit organizations, has been very helpful. I haven't had a single person stop me about the OPS, which is curious considering the intensity that we've had in these council debates. I'm not dismissing what people have said, but what I do know is that we did also have a bunch of controversy around the Roundhouse when we opened that during COVID. Again, in the public and the media, but in terms of on the ground in the neighborhood, I think I had 2 people stop me over that. So all I got to say is I'm really proud of this neighborhood. I think that this is not just a local discussion we're having. This is a national discussion. It's tough, and we've had a lot of intense and emotional discussion from folks that are worried about change in their neighborhood, but also folks that have lost loved ones to overdose, and that's where my attention will always be. I think it's alleviating the suffering and the death that is imperative on us. So, of course, I'll be supporting this. But I also will talk to my colleagues across the country about how proud I am of this council for having these tough discussions and moving ahead with what is very groundbreaking policy in Canada. So, all the tough work we've done here, and I hope that this is approved, will also show a light forward for the rest of the country. So again, thanks Council for putting a lot of time into this. Thank you staff for, of course, all the work you do. and an incredibly heavy load that you're carrying. Also to VCH and police for participating in these conversations and all the folks who participated. We're going to have more tough discussions like this, I'm sure, over the next remaining 2 years of this council term. And but I do say to council, congratulations for making it. I think as professional and charitable as possible. So thanks, and that's it from me. And I think we can call the vote now. Clerk,
move to sever.
Yes, and how do you want this severed?
Councillor Dominato, A, please.
Councillor DiGenova, B, C, D.
Wait, maybe one at a time works. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, A, please. I'll let Councillor DiGenova go ahead.
Councillor, okay, so we can pull this up on screen, please, clerk. We want A severed out.
Yes, please.
Just wait for the clerks, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor DiGenova. So we tell the clerks pull the, there we go, the motion's coming up on public screen now. So is that A1, 2, 3, I gather, Councillor DiGenova?
No,
Sorry,
that was Councillor
Dominato.
So you want A, the entirety of A severed out?
Yes, correct, with the subsections 1, 2, 3.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova.
And B, C, and D.
So you want them all separated out?
Just together. It's fine for me.
B, C, and D?
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll have A as one vote, B, C, and D as another vote, and then E as a separate vote? Is that, you want it, Councillor DiGenova, you want?
No, I'm just fine, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dominato asked for A, so A will be voted on separately. Then B, C, and D, I would like voted on separately. Together.
Okay.
Sorry, together. Those three together. And E, F, and G together.
Okay. So the first vote is on A, the second vote will be on B, C, and D, and the final vote will be E, F, and G. Okay, so I'll get the clerks to highlight as we go ahead, and we'll call a vote on the first clause. Okay, clerks can show that vote, please. We have that's passed with Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Now we're going to call the second vote on B, C, and D, and I'm just checking the screen to make sure that's been highlighted. Yeah, okay, so I'll wait for clerks to, B, C, and D should be all together in one vote, so the clerks could highlight that section. Nope, B, C, and D. Oh, I see you're highlighting different colors. Gotcha. Okay, Council, so B, C, and D is the next vote. And if the clerks pull that up on screen, that passes with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Domino, Hardwick, and DiGenova in opposition. And the final vote. Councillor Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Kirby-Yung. Swanson and Kirby-Yung. Okay, thanks. So the clerks can pull that up too. That is passed with none in opposition. So, okay, thank you, Council. That concludes that item on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of privilege.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to make sure my vote was recorded for E, F, and G in favor because my
Yep, it was.
okay, my Crestron went down. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Council, so I'm just looking at the time. We have 10 minutes left before we'll break for dinner. And we do have, if we can move to the next item, we have reports. I think that's right, Clerk, is that correct?
Yes, we are on Communications 1, that was held by Councillor Hardwick, and Report 1.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's try Communications 1, which is on the it's on the council time. Councillor Hardwick, I'll put you on the queue if you have a question for staff.
Thank you very much.
Yep, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I went through this 2021 council meeting schedule, and I had a couple of areas of concern. And as a result, I've sent in an amendment to the recommendation in this report. First and foremost, public hearings. Public hearings need to make it possible for the public to be there. And in several cases, we still see our regular schedule of public hearings beginning at 6 p.m., which is appropriate. But in other cases, I've seen them throughout here indicated that the public hearing reserve could be at 3 o'clock, and in some cases as early as 9:30 in the morning. Now, this may just have been because council and public hearing reserves have been combined in the individual calendar items, but I think that they should be explicitly separated so that we respect the fact that we can't, the public can't be expected to come in at 3 o'clock or even certainly 9:30 in the morning when they're working. So I'd like to see that refined in the schedule so that it reflects that public hearings should continue to be at 6 o'clock when the public can participate in off-work hours.
Right, Councillor Hardwick, I do think you're, just before you go, I do think you're right, and we'll let the clerk comment on this, but it is just a placeholder. And I don't recollect ever calling the public in off hours, but however, debate and decision at some points after the public, their portion of the meeting is ended, that has been moved to different parts of the day. Would you like the clerk to comment on that, or do you want to continue with your?
I'd like to finish my thought, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Okay.
I'm just very concerned about our trust building with our constituents, and I know there has been a lot of concern about us not respecting the availability of the public. The other area of concern is that when we look at July, we have a mess of dates in there, and we all remember how difficult this past July was on everybody. It used to be, back in the olden days, if you wanted to get something through, you put it in July because everybody was on vacation. I think there is a very real concern, again, that a lot of stuff gets put in July when school's out and people are on vacation. And so my overarching ask of staff is that we revisit this schedule with an eye to accommodating the public and not loading stuff into July or making things happen in hours where the public is not easily available.
Okay, so did you have questions for staff? I mean, that's what this section's for, and then if you want an amendment, you can move it.
Okay, well, so I can see clearly what has been laid out here. And I'm asking staff if they can do this. If again, I'll speak to the city clerk and ask, is it possible to differentiate between council reserves and public hearing reserves in respect of public timetables?
I do believe, Councillor Hardwick, this is in the bylaw, so it is actually locked in, but I can maybe turn it over to the clerk for more clarification on the timing of public hearings.
Thank you.
Mayor Stewart, through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Hardwick. The time to start a new public hearing is stipulated in the procedure bylaw under section 2.3. So any new public hearing must start at 6 o'clock. and we can be held on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Any reserves that you see on the proposed calendar are those held for council to consider. And given that the amount of number of speakers that we usually see for items, we would need to go over several days to complete the business. Those days are just proposed for now to be held in the calendar. Of course, we haven't seen them lately, but we have canceled those reserves in the past. With respect to July, we do try to accommodate the scheduling just so we don't go into August, obviously, and that's also stipulated in the procedure bylaw under section 2.3. And we work with staff to ensure that we don't have the number of items coming through in July. But having said that, that's also dependent on the developers and the processing time.
I appreciate that comment and that answer, but I do point to the fact that when you look at the balance of the year, March, April, May, it's only in June and July that we start to see the escalating number of public hearing reserves. And so, you know, if it's not a big deal, I think it would mean a lot to just acknowledge to the public that that we do hear their concern about meetings and they're making sure that they're available to the public within time parameters that work for them. Would it be possible to have some further refinement from your perspective, Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, Councillor Hart, we can certainly look at the time. And again, these are proposed time. Council could, you know, we would look at what we have remaining on the agenda for each public hearing. And if we feel that 6 o'clock is enough time to get us through the agenda, we would likely propose that. Having it start at 3 o'clock give us a bit more flexibility, and with the public as well, they're able to participate virtually, so they have a little bit of flexibility to speak to council, and with if they're not able to join
but
at
not
3
if they're
o'clock.
at work.
Correct.
People work, you know, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They're still at work, whether they can phone in or not. I mean, physically,
Okay, so
I'm trying to make the point that it's important that the public timetables be respected in this, and just stating it in a more complete way is all I'm asking.
okay, within this memo itself, or
yeah, because we're adopting this. We are adopting this memo.
So do you have an amendment that you have written that you'd like to propose?
I did send it in to the clerk.
Okay. Okay, so this is to revert back to staff with direction. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I just, point of procedure, it's 2 minutes to 5. I didn't hear an extension. I'm wondering if you need a motion to extend to finish this item.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure how long this would take, so I'm actually proposing that we actually just break for dinner, because this may take a little longer. And I just, you know, it's been a long day already, so I just hope people get the proper 1 hour break just to kind of, you know, shake themselves out and then come back at 6, because we do have a number of things to come back. So actually what I'm proposing is we just break it at 5 as the regular time, and the clerk can maybe cue this over a little bit. We can finish the discussion and vote, and then move on to the other items starting at 6. So I'm just going to suggest that we just recess now and come back at 6. I don't hear any objections, so that's what we'll do. Okay, Council, so we'll see you back here at 6 where we'll pick up this item.
Hi, Councillor Bly. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Rosemary. Thank you.
Perfect. Over to you, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks so much. Just 1 second, please, Council. Sorry about that. Okay, Council. So where we are is Councillor Hardwick has proposed an amendment to the motion that's on the screen, but we actually haven't had the report moved yet. In order to amend, we'd have to approve. We'd have to move it.
Point of parliamentary procedure?
Yes, Councillor Dejanova.
Did I not hear her move the report with an amendment?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, I thought I did, and I thought I seconded it. So sorry. Thanks for catching me up.
Move the recommendations, Councillor Carr.
Okay, thanks very much. And do I have a seconder for that?
Second, Councillor
Okay,
Bly.
thanks. Okay, so now I'm going to put us on a main queue, and so that's clear, and there's nobody on it. Councillor Hardwick, if you want to speak to this motion, you please put yourself on the queue, and that would be the time to move your amendment.
This amendment. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Really, as I expressed earlier, what I was trying to do was to respond to concerns from the public about having our public hearings occur during work hours, during work weeks, and that has posed some very real problems for people. And I also was sensitive to the fact that we have unusually large public hearing agenda in July when most people, or many people, are on vacation. So that was the intent here. I know from speaking to some of the other councillors that there are some refinements, and also from the clerk, which I'm completely open to. And I'm just happy actually to be having this discussion, and I'll leave it there.
Okay, thanks. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Okay, so I've moved this over to an amendment queue. And if anybody would like to speak to this, please put yourself. Councillor Carr, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Stewart. I am not going to support this amendment, and I'm not going to support it because I listened very carefully to the presentation of information by the city clerk, Ms. Hagawara, and it's clear to me that our procedure bylaw actually stipulates that the public hearings, this is under section 2.3, section 2 of that, public hearings would commence at 6 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So a 6 p.m. start time for public hearings is already, I think, well embedded in our procedures, and I have found that the clerk in doing backup dates, that two things happen. Number one, I understand those backup dates are reserves for council or for public hearing, and that's the easiest way, as the clerk explained, to establish them in our schedule so that those times will be held. And that number two, that a 3 p.m. start is a good idea for council, given how long our council meetings last. But that the start of a public hearing at any time on those reserved dates would be a decision of council, and it can always be a decision of council to start at 6. In my memory, they mostly start at 6. So I'm quite confident we have the due process to enable what Councillor Hardwick has addressed as a concern, that it be handled in an appropriate way by this council, and that we can start these meetings at 6. And in terms of the comment that Councillor Hardwick made about the July meetings, honestly, it's in our hands, Council, to not make our meetings go so long so that we don't have to go well into the July dates and fearful of going into the August dates. It is in our domain to make these meetings more efficient. So I am quite confident that we do not need to referral back to staff. We need to take seriously our own management of meetings and the time we take to get through regular business.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bly?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I actually have a strike and replace amendment to this amendment. Is this the right time to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And I have, in sort of appreciating the intent of Councillor Hardwick and also actually listening to Councillor Carr, I hope that this strikes a bit of a balance. I'm not supportive of referring the entire report back to staff. As we know, we're already at the end of October. It'll be November. This decision usually comes earlier than now, and I think staff need clarity for next calendar year to start planning appropriately. But what I'm hoping to do is address two concerns that I also heard. One is which reconvening public hearings happens no earlier than 6, so we could easily have council reserve at 3 o'clock, let's say, to Councillor Carr's point, and then 6 o'clock. Anyway, are we going to go for an amendment queue? Yeah.
Yeah, can I just pause you there? Do we have a seconder for this amendment to the amendment?
Second, Hardwick.
Okay, thanks. So, Councillor Bly, I'll put you on now. Now, if you have anything to say, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Sure. So just basically to solve a few of the concerns specific to public hearings is that they do not start earlier than 6 p.m. on days Monday through Thursday inclusive, and that public hearings are evenly distributed month to month throughout the year as much as possible. And I believe that this will strike that balance while enabling staff to move ahead with a very important report, which is to establish what are our regular council meeting dates as well as our committee dates into 2021. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Yeah, I'm happy to support. You know, what I was getting at, having gone through the staff report, is that the council and the public hearing reserves are grouped together. And I was fine with council staying as it is, but I am mindful of the public concern, and that was really what I was trying to draw attention to. And I think that Rebecca's language, Councillor Bly's language, has encompassed what I was intending to do, so I'm quite happy to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, first of all, can I sever this for vote?
Depending on what we end on this amendment?
Yeah. The that and the further that.
I don't think so. I think what has to happen is you can, I might be wrong, or clerk may correct me, but I think
it says further that, so I understand that as I am able to. So I just wanted to ask.
I'm just wondering I don't know if you can, because the strike and replace is for the whole.
That's fine. I'm still wanting to. I can still, regardless of the other votes.
I think how it works is this. I think this. So this is the amendment to the amendment. If I don't think you can sever this particular vote, but if it passes, you could sever it later.
Can we ask the clerk, please?
I just got a note on Jabber.
And I cannot sever the further that.
It's just because it's tied to the.
Okay, I just
tied
remember
to the strike and replace
vote on my amendments, and we could sever. So.
Yes, it's because it's tied to the strike and replace. It's cutting out all the text and replacing it with this. You could strike and replace. You could sever at a later vote, though.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'll do, and I'll just speak to it now.
Okay.
In saying that it still concerns me, to Councillor Hardwick's point, I think that July, either there needs to be more communication with people, but it's not a good month to hold public hearings for the very reasons that that have already been mentioned. And the fact is that I just have a point of information for you, Mr. Mayor, through to the city manager or deputy city manager. Does staff already try as much as possible to evenly distribute throughout the year public hearings as much as they can?
And this would actually be the clerks, because I believe the clerks are in charge of scheduling the.
Yeah, I can speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, this year was pretty nutty because the COVID backlog. So July was certainly more extreme than I've ever seen before. So this July was, I'd say, the exception. Although, as Councillor Card indicated, because August is a break, the projects generally, or we're trying to get projects through the system so they don't sit for a month and a half. And generally speaking, the applications are brought forward to public hearing once they've been processed by the department. And so we don't actively spread it out, but it naturally goes that way because we can't process everything at one time.
Councillor Yajinovitz, okay.
Thanks so much. Also just wondered is it your intention through this to still continue to schedule public hearings in July?
City Manager?
Yeah, I wouldn't. My expectation would be that, as we normally do on the average year, there would be some public hearings in July as we're preparing for the August break and projects are kind of done being processed.
Okay. And then, perhaps only a few of us will remember this, but I remember an extremely long public hearing that went over an entire weekend on my last term of council. And that's the only time that could accommodate it, or it would have been out like 2 months to have it in evening. So I'm just wondering, is there a concern that there's not the opportunity or ability on the weekends? If there was, per se, a public hearing where we expected like 500 speakers or something like that?
Yeah, I think if there were a situation where there was an extreme number of speakers and we were running out of time, I imagine we would consider a weekend. And obviously we wouldn't know that so far in advance to put it in a schedule like the one before you now. We would likely come in and canvass people's availability and add it if it was necessary. Obviously, we can't predict what projects are coming forward and the level of controversy that they might elicit.
So I'll just hold my comments because I agree with Councillor Carr. It's about efficiency, and let's think about that. But I also, if the city manager is recommending it's more efficient to have this on a Saturday, and it might actually be more accessible to the public. My concern here is that this directs staff to reconvene public hearings and not on a weekend. So I'll have to think about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I guess I will just say this strike and replace seems better than the original amendment, but largely my sense is that the system that we have is working relatively well, that the clerks are thoughtful about the scheduling, and as Councillor Carr spoke to, that the reserve times are held for public hearings or council meetings or standing committees pending what has gone over. And so it seems clunky to have those reserve times for full days or full afternoons, but the public hearing portions only starting at certain times. But largely what I want to emphasize in this debate is that a lot of residents work unusual shifts. A lot of residents are putting kids to bed in the evening, and so a post 6 p.m. time slot isn't actually ideal. I think, we live in a city and in a shifting economy where it's not true anymore that people work 9 to 5 jobs and have evenings free for this type of engagement. People's schedules are all over the place. And so while I absolutely appreciate the priority that we try to make these meetings work in ways that work for the public, I think we also need to acknowledge that the public has different schedules as well. And what I've been hearing from people since COVID is the ability to phone in rather than come to City Hall and wait has been a big improvement in the accessibility of participation in these meetings. And so I'd rather us be looking at tools like that. I'm not sure that this actually gets us further in terms of the goal of making meetings more accessible for people.
Thanks. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. If I could ask a point of information through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff on this.
Sure.
My question is on the further that public hearings are evenly distributed month to month. Does this in any way contradict our procedure bylaw, which says that we shall not hold public hearings in August?
Is that a question if it's in order or not, or is that just an informational query?
Well, I wonder if it contradicts the procedure bylaw, in which case, I mean, I don't know the answer to that, but if it does, then I would question whether it's in order.
Okay. City Manager, do you read this as contradicting the procedural bylaw? I mean, it might be a better question for the clerk. I'm not sure.
Yeah, thanks. I think I would like the clerk to weigh in on that question.
Hot potato, over to you, clerk.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. We would take into consideration what we have in the bylaw currently, where August is not going to be part of the schedule.
Right.
So it's fine. The language, the way it is written, we can work with it.
Okay.
But Mr. Mayor, what I would generally say is that, as I said earlier, we bring projects forward as they're ready, and then we look kind of at a multi-month schedule to balance it out. But if we have a ton of projects that are ready in April and none in July, for us to make a project wait for 3 months to balance the schedule is a little unfair to project proponents who are obviously have a lot of money on the line and are moving their projects forward, or the social housing or whatever it is that we're bringing forward. So there, I guess I just would raise the concern that it's not, we don't control the cadence of all these projects.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, fine. Thank you. I appreciate that answer very much from the clerk. And in terms of timing from the city manager, again, I'm not supportive, although I might just abstain on this. But certainly, I'm feeling that that we already are able to handle. The clerk is able to handle the schedule in an appropriate way, given the bylaws notation of not starting before 6 p.m. and the need for that flexibility with council, the council reserve being lumped with the public hearing reserve. So I just think this is all unnecessary.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. If it was unnecessary, I wouldn't have brought it forward. There's a lot of concern that has come to us about how we've been managing our schedule. And if you look at, if everybody turns to their report, they'll see that the dates are laid out. And there's some that I don't dispute. The public hearing, 6 p.m., those ones, the Tuesdays and Thursdays, absolutely no question. No question about August being taken off. What I was trying to do is to draw attention to the fact that we are in these charts, if people look at them, that they're grouped together between council/public hearing reserve 3 p.m. or 9:30. And all I was trying to do was differentiate between council schedule and ones involving public hearings. I really didn't think that it would be contentious to draw attention to that. And also, if you just look at the chart with the dates, there's this big grouping in July. And all I was trying to do was to say, let's, in consideration of public feedback that we've received, look at distributing that through as broadly as possible. Ultimately, we do work for the people that elect us. We don't work for the property developers. Last time I checked, we can be sensitive to their concerns. But ultimately, I just think it's important that we be respectful of the public's time. I take I take Councillor Boyle's point in that the way that we're working is changing. The way that we're communicating right now has changed in the wake of COVID and this pandemic. But there still are conventions. The majority of people are still working, even if they're working at home or they're working within more traditional working hours. So I really didn't mean to bring in something that was going to be contentious or finger pointing or anything of the above. I was just trying to be more particular, and I really appreciated Councillor Bly's strike and replace, because I thought it was simpler. And again, I wasn't expecting that this would be received with as much controversy, since my intent was just trying to be more accommodating of the public. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, you've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I think it's very important to realize that staff need to have as much flexibility as possible in setting dates and reserving dates in our schedules. Otherwise, if they don't reserve those dates and they don't reserve as much time as possible, it's very hard to fit them into our schedules. And this council has taken an extraordinarily long time to deal with every issue that's in front of us. So I think we have to support staff's desire for that flexibility in those time schedules, recognize that they understand that 6 p.m. is a normal start time for public hearings, and recognize that we too as council have the choice if they recommend a particular time at the time they recommend it, and it's not 6 o'clock and it is a public hearing. We have the decision, and we can decide, no, we're going to have it at 6. So it's all in our hands, both in terms of not extending the debate as long as it always seems to happen, and number two, determining the time to be a start time of 6 p.m. whenever it comes up as a question on a specific public hearing and a public hearing reconvening.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can call a vote on this Councillor Bly's amendment to the amendment. Okay, we've got that vote in with Councillor Weeb, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Carr, and myself in opposition, so that passes. Okay, Council, so now we'll go back to the amendment queue. Councillor Bly, did you have anything else?
Nothing else, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll just say, while I abstained on the amendment itself, I don't think that this is necessary, and I won't be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, just as I said before, I was drawing attention to this because the public has expressed it as a concern, and again, I'm surprised that it seemed pretty motherhood to me, and I meant no disrespect to staff or otherwise, but I hope that Council will support what is ultimately Councillor Bly's strike and replace amendment, because I think it serves an important purpose in reminding of us who we serve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
I just wanted to thank Councillor Hardwick for actually flagging this and considering this as an option. I will support it overall, although I do still hold some reservations with some of the logistics here, and just also wanted to note that I look forward to hearing back on how the gender audit goes, and appreciate the mayor's motion on that, because I was quite disheartened when I saw publicly calling out a couple of councillors for leaving a meeting early. Unfortunately, I had parenting responsibilities, and this was our last meeting, and I had to leave the meeting. I did announce that I'd have to leave the meeting for the last item, but I think also we have to try and find times that work for all of council. But in moving forward, it's not specifically about us. As long as we have quorum, we can move forward. I appreciate the fact that decisions don't move forward without unanimous support after 10 p.m. And I think that it's important as we move forward, council, not only to consider the path that that works best for the public and then for us also, but also what's the path forward, in consideration of our staff and their time. I'm saying the public definitely is, and I appreciate what Councillor Hardwick said, agree. They've got to be number one in consideration. but then it's also our staff. They don't get a vote when we decide to continue on. So I just wanted to note that. And also, what are we doing to set an example, especially for people who may have different types of schedules, who may, consider, I guess if we were in chambers, I'd say sitting in our seats, but sitting in seats on council moving forward. So I just wanted to note that and really do appreciate, the gender audit and looking forward to kind of seeing that that move forward and what comes back from that, and looking forward to also, the opportunity to input into that. Just wanted to share that as we sort of discuss meeting times here. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Speaking enthusiastically in support, I think all of our decisions should begin and end with the public in mind, and we've heard concerns, and I think it's always helpful in building public confidence in their elected officials when we listen to that feedback. There were, and I recognize, extraordinary circumstances during COVID-19, but I do recall July as being very busy in general. And I know that in the month of July particularly, which is what people have brought to my attention, not just this year, but prior to COVID, school's out, people are on holidays, it's a busy time, people are trying to wind down, and I think that we just want to be very mindful of that feedback and show people that we are responsive to it. And I think that the Councillor Hardwick bringing it up, and Councillor Wai's amendment does that, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thanks. And that's it. So we'll call a vote and now on this amended amendment.
Point of privilege, Swanson. Can we see it, please?
Right. Sorry, I'll get, we haven't called, the vote hasn't been set yet, so we can just call that up, clerks. Thanks very much. This is okay. So I'm going to call the vote now, please. Councillor Wiebe and Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, and that passes with Councillor Boyle, Wiebe, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okie doke. And that is on the screen. So now I think that's it for that item, Council. And we are now on to the other held item, which is the cannabis as an alternative to opioids and more dangerous drugs on the downtown east side, and that's held by Councillor Bly. So, City Manager, do we have staff here to speak to this?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. We actually do have staff, and we've got a short presentation, if that would be helpful.
Great, I think so.
Or else we could just jump straight into questions, whatever your preference is.
I think we should, since it was held, let's have a presentation. This has been a long day so far, and just to get everybody's head into this item, presentation would be most welcome.
Good evening. Catherine Holmes
Great,
here,
Mr. Mayor.
Chief
Looks like
License
it's coming
Inspector.
up.
Oh, sorry.
That's great.
Oh, no, I was just going to say Catherine Holmes, Chief License Inspector, is on with her presentation. Catherine, take it away.
Great. Thanks, Daddy. Sorry about that. I'm happy to be here tonight with some colleagues to present a summary of our report on cannabis as an alternative to opiates in the downtown east side. With me today to present are Mary Claire Zach, our Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects Division in ACCS, and Owen O'Connor, a planner in our citywide and regional planning team. Next slide, please. So it's hard to believe, but it's actually now been 2 years since the federal government legalized cannabis for non-medical use back in October 2018, and 1 year since edibles, extracts, and topicals were legalized last October. And though a great deal of work has transpired to date by folks like us, the public servants, business operators, researchers, advocates, I want to acknowledge that we are still very much in early days of this very significant public policy transition.
I'm going to stop you there. I'm just going to stop you there because somebody's unmuted and making quite a lot of noise in the background. So if everyone could just check to make sure they're on mute, that would be great. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. So just to say that as a result, we are learning as we go, and that's at all levels of government. And by no means is our transition to legal cannabis complete. The more we learn, the more we hear from various stakeholders and partners, the more we are collectively identifying ways to improve upon and guide the policies and implementation strategies related to cannabis legalization. And as you know, Vancouver has a history of being at the leading edge of municipal cannabis policy, and we intend to continue to play this role by continuing to listen and respond to community feedback and needs. And as just announced today, in the first 9 months of 2020, over 1,200 British Columbians have died from opioid-related overdose deaths, and Vancouver remains at the epicenter of this public health emergency. New research is emerging that suggests cannabis may play a beneficial role in harm reduction related to substance abuse, but barriers to access persist for some. So within this context, Council, as you know, approved a motion in June 2019 directing staff to detail how the city can enable and support ongoing cannabis research and to engage with the Vancouver area network of drug users and people who use drugs to consider what legislation could address their needs regarding cannabis. And I'll now turn it over to Mary Claire, who can provide an overview of where we're at with emerging research and our engagement work.
Hi, good evening. Mary Claire Zak, Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects. So there are two slides I'm going to present, and one of them is on the cannabis research, and it suggests that cannabis can play a significant role in harm reduction related to substance use, including supporting people to reduce their use of illicit drugs that, as we know, are highly toxic, especially now. Dr. MJ Malloy, who is also online with us and is able to respond to questions that Mayor and Council may have. He's a research scientist at the BC Centre on Substance Use and an assistant professor in the Department of Medicine at the University of BC. And he's leading research looking at the role of cannabis in the health and well-being of people who use drugs. He's published about 12 studies in peer-reviewed journals over the past 2 years. We know from the published research, just to summarize, that people at high risk of overdose, opioid overdose, that cannabis use is actually common. It's often used with therapeutic intent. It may have benefits, especially to those at risk of beginning to inject drugs. And that community-based projects in the downtown east side to distribute free cannabis may help overcome barriers in accessing cannabis. And as future research comes along, staff are looking for ways to support this work in a good way. And the second piece of that I wanted to talk about is around engagement. So another piece of work that we did at the direction of Council is that staff also met with members of VANDU, the community action team that we co-chair with Vancouver Coastal Health, and other people who use drugs to better understand what their needs are around cannabis. And what we heard is that there are two key issues. One is around cost and the other is around access. And in terms of cost, the price of the product can be a barrier to access for some. And when it comes to non-medical retail stores, staff heard that the prices can be too high, and the ability to purchase edibles is limited because of the larger quantity that they're offered in. And another barrier to getting cannabis is around accessibility. And since legalization, participants who we heard from observed that there are fewer non-medicinal cannabis retail stores in the downtown east side. And in addition, people feel more comfortable not having to leave their community to get cannabis as well. And finally, staff also heard from participants that the majority of people who use cannabis in the downtown east side do use it for medical reasons. And that if for those who do have a need for medical cannabis, not having a fixed address or credit card or access to a healthcare provider, these can all be barriers. Okay.
Thanks. That's it. We have
next slide.
Oh, okay, next slide.
About 4 more slides.
Okay,
so thanks, Mary Claire. So with this feedback in mind, staff reviewed cannabis regulations by jurisdiction. Under the Cannabis Act, the federal government regulates the production, the distribution, and the sale of medical cannabis. And Health Canada is the authority for medical cannabis policy in Canada and oversees quality control, seed to sale tracking, and the issuing of licenses for cultivation, processing, testing, research, and sale for medical purposes. So there are opportunities for Health Canada to grant exemptions to the existing licensing options under the Cannabis Act, though they cannot authorize activity that is typically prohibited. The provincial government holds sole authority over the distribution and sale of non-medical cannabis, including the retail operating models for stores and the pricing levels. And the city's role in legal non-medical cannabis retail outlets is limited to providing land use approvals, which we do through a development permit. And upon a business obtaining a provincial retail license, we issue a municipal business license to operate. And just as an update, we have been working very hard here in Vancouver to support the transition to legal retail stores to increase access to legal product within the existing constructs. And we currently have 32 open and fully licensed stores in Vancouver, which is more than any other city in British Columbia, and only 3 other cities in Canada that have more. And one of these open and licensed locations is in the downtown east side. That said, under the current federal Cannabis Act, the provincial CCLA, or the Cannabis Control and Licensing Act, and our municipal bylaws, the various roles and authorities over medical and non-medical cannabis by level of government are quite clear. And as noted earlier, we are in this legalization journey. And while these may be the current regulations, this policy topic is dynamic and evolving. Next slide, please. So as you may recall, one of the key policy objectives by the federal government in legalizing and regulating cannabis was to provide access to legal, safe supply of cannabis. And that means creating supply where there is oversight of the entire production and supply chain cycle to address any issues or concerns around quality and contaminants that may be harmful to users as well. Non-medical cannabis can be purchased from a provincially licensed store, whether privately run or government run, or via the BC Government Cannabis website. Again, the pricing is set by the provincial government, and BC also supports personal cultivation of up to 4 plants. And medical cannabis can be accessed upon support from a healthcare provider through a licensed producer, or grown either by you or a designated grower. And when accessing from a healthcare provider, there is the possibility for compassionate pricing for patients and veterans who need financial assistance. So while what this outlines is really there are a variety of means to access legal cannabis, both medical and non-medical, and it is acknowledged that there definitely are barriers to access with these current options, as Mary Claire outlined earlier. As noted, these include lack of access to a medical professional, no fixed mailing address, no access to online resources, no credit card, limitations in product selection, and no legal retail store available in your neighborhood. So we do understand that these barriers exist, and we are actively communicating with both the BC Cannabis Secretariat and Health Canada to name these barriers, their impacts, and the increased opportunities for access that would avail should these barriers be addressed. I'll now pass the slide deck to Owen to present the next few slides.
Thank you, Catherine. My name is Owen O'Connor. I'm a planner with the Citywide and Regional Planning Group. I will be presenting 2 slides on the Zoning and Development Bylaw. Staff have explored whether amendments to Section 11 of the Zoning and Development Bylaw could improve access to cannabis as an alternative to more harmful drugs based on feedback received from the focus group. Section 11 regulates access to non-medical cannabis through locational criteria which are applied to both BC cannabis stores and licensed private retail stores. The criteria regulating the location of cannabis stores was introduced in 2015. They were developed through a review of best practices, consultation with representatives from the Vancouver Police Department, Vancouver School Board, Vancouver Coastal Health, business improvement areas, and several key stakeholders in the industry. The regulations include city-wide criteria, which require stores to be located at least 300 meters from each other and 300 meters from schools, community centres and neighbourhood houses. Section 11 also regulates access to cannabis stores in two specific locations in the city. Granville Street between Robson Street and Pacific Boulevard, where cannabis stores are prohibited, and the downtown east side, the boundary of which is shown on Figure 1 on the slide. In the downtown east side, cannabis stores are restricted to sites fronting Hastings Street or Main Street. Could you move to the next slide, please? Since 2015, 4 cannabis retail stores have been approved in the downtown east side by the Board of Variance, as illustrated by the letter stars on the slide. Store A is 231 Abbott, Store B 369 Columbia, Store C is 151 East Hastings Street, and Store D is 529 East Hastings Street. It is also noted that unregulated stores continue to operate both in the downtown east side and in other areas of the city. Staff have reviewed whether the removal of the restrictions specific to the downtown east side could deliver improved access to cannabis based on feedback heard during the consultation. Staff modelled this change, taking account of other citywide restrictions. This work identified 2 potential locations, one in the Chinatown sub-area and another in the Victory Square sub-area. However, these locations were outside of the preferred location for stores identified through the focus group, broadly identified as the blue dashed line on the plan. In addition, the focus group identified price as a barrier and that community-run or non-profit stores would be the preferred operating model for cannabis stores. As previously identified, both of these factors are controlled at a provincial level, and amendments to the zoning and development bylaw could not reduce the current price barrier or allow for different store operating models. It was therefore concluded by staff that at this time, amendments to the zoning and development bylaw would only affect location and would not enable improved access to lower cost cannabis as an alternative to other harmful drugs. As future research and regulatory changes emerge, staff recommend continuing to explore the impacts of regulations on harm reduction and keep under review opportunities to amend the zoning and development bylaw to improve access to cannabis and align with any provincial changes if introduced. Staff recommend developing any amendments to the zoning and development bylaw in consultation with the local community and relevant stakeholders. Further details on outreach to the province will be provided on the next slide by Catherine. Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. So this is the last slide. Just to summarize that we do know there is an urgent need for harm reduction approaches in the downtown east side. And as research continues to emerge regarding the use of cannabis to reduce opioid use, the city is actively monitoring its progress and in contact with research such as Dr. Malloy, who's with us this evening, to offer support. We all know this research is key in informing all levels of government in their ongoing cannabis policy and regulatory work. As will the feedback we've heard from folks in the downtown east side inform our work. The city is limited in its ability to address this issue on its own, and what it will take is for all levels of government to work together to find creative approaches and solutions. So just to say again that we as staff will continue to partner and collaborate with higher levels of government as innovative approaches are developed to address the overdose crisis and increase access to cannabis in the downtown east side. Here in November 2019, Mayor Stewart wrote a letter to the federal health minister requesting support for a clinical research program to supply and study medicinal cannabis as an alternative to opioids and other illicit drugs used by community members in the downtown east side. And in September, per the direction of council, we wrote a letter to the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch requesting their support in reviewing the regulatory process for licensing cannabis retail stores and helping to provide another option for people to access cannabis. So in summary, as you've heard today, again, cannabis policy and regulations are evolving. We are committed to ongoing learning, dialogue with our government partners to advance new and innovative ways to improve access, and particularly in response to emerging evidence and research related to the role of cannabis in addressing the opioid crisis. So on behalf of all of us, thank you for the opportunity to present a summary of our report, and we'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thanks so much for your presentation. We do have 4 councillors with questions. Just so council knows, it is 6:45 now, and with 4 councillors, I mean, we're kind of looking at probably a half an hour for this item. So just trying to keep us on track. Just trying to keep us on track, council. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Maybe it's a point of parliamentary procedure. This is just a report to receive for information, correct, Mayor Stewart?
Yes, it is.
I'll remove myself from the questions list.
That's right. There is no vote. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you to the staff team that have reported back on the various options. I really appreciate the work that's been done. I just have 2 questions. One is what stood out to me, and I'm really glad to hear that Dr. Malloy is on the line, was around opportunities, research opportunities that the city can support. I'm just going to say both my questions to help move us along quickly. And the second, so I'm really interested to hear from Dr. Malloy on what that looks like and have we done what we need to do in order to enable what has to happen at a city level. And then the second is around, I'm just curious around the workaround, which might be a bit more involved, is a question that we were able to find around medicinal marijuana ahead of the sort of official legalization of cannabis in 2018, such that we were able to open medicinal marijuana shops that sort of operated as retailers, let's say. It certainly looked like there was some loopholes there, and I just wonder, where staff feel we are at in terms of the idea not-for-profit co-op model, recognizing the barriers that are quite prohibitive, actually, to accessing cannabis in the regular retail model. So those are my questions. That's all I'm going to be asking for the evening on this particular report.
Great, thanks. So your question to...
Maybe I'll do them in reverse, actually, as to staff around the workaround, how this is different from what we were able to do with the medicinal marijuana model prior to legalization, and then the second is to Dr. Malloy.
Okay, so start with staff. Go ahead, staff.
Hi, Catherine here. So prior to legalization, the city's role was not in regulating the product itself, but in land use and licensing, which were 2 tools that were at our disposal in the absence of a legalized product available, and to manage the rapid increase in growth in retail outlets throughout the city. So that was the intent then. And since legalization, again, so the jurisdictions around non-medical cannabis land with the province or the territories, and the medical cannabis lands with the federal government. So it's really through our ongoing conversations and dialogue, and really just advancing a better understanding of what sort of impacts there are, that I think we're going to be successful in shifting some of the policies at both of those levels to address some of these barriers to access as the policies evolve.
Okay, so maybe just one quick follow-up to that is that what I'm hearing on a number of those is, of course, the issue essentially around supply chain, and that creates its own challenges and barriers to being able to move ahead compared to pre-legalization. And then the second part is the federal government providing some sort of exemption around medical cannabis in its sort of prescribed use. Would that be a fair sort of roundup of what you just shared? I guess what I'm saying is next step could be to the federal government to help support that exemption in how cannabis is used medically. Yeah.
Yeah, so and having been part of those conversations with Health Canada, they are aware of the need and the request for a modified model. They currently do not have a license that enables a brick and mortar store location to access medical cannabis. They do have the opportunity to provide exemptions. They are actively looking at these sort of emerging, I guess, opportunities and how they could move forward in support.
Okay, great, thank you. And for my last bit of time, Dr. Malloy. Curious about research-based opportunities that we can help support as a city.
Thank you, Councillor Bly, and thank you to all the councillors for your support of my work and really for your attention to this file. Very briefly, I'm happy to share with Council that the research group that I lead at UBC was recently awarded federal funding to conduct a clinical trial in the downtown east side, in which we're going to evaluate the safety and feasibility of dispensing cannabis for free through a community-based pharmacy to people alongside methadone. So these would be people who are under treatment for opioid use disorder. I'm optimistic that this trial will provide good evidence, especially for clinicians who are hoping to add cannabis to a treatment regimen for people with opioid addiction. But recognizing that clinical trials are challenging and will take us 3 to 4 years to produce evidence, at the BCCSU, we're also really eager to address the gap that we see in our research around cannabis access in the downtown east side, and we are preparing an observational study, which would be much quicker to implement, in which we will look at the risks and benefits of distributing free cannabis through the medical cannabis system, hopefully in partnership with community-based pharmacists or physicians.
I'm going to have to stop you there just because Councillor Bly's out of time, but you do have other questions, or at least perhaps you and the staff team from Councillor Wiebe. Go ahead, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, it's really good to hear about the clinical trial. In the report, it talks about staff will continue to support these clinical trials, research programs, and observation studies. I'm just wondering how staff can support this work.
I'm not sure if that was directed to me.
No, I think.
Oh, that was directed to our city staff. In the report, it talks about how our city staff can support this work, and I'm just wondering, recognizing the importance of continuing to get this research work and providing as much free cannabis programs to opioid transitional users. I'm just wondering how staff look to be doing that support.
Steph?
Hi there, it's Alicia Fridkin. I'm an urban health planner with social policy. Thank you for the question. I think there are several ways we can support this research. I think one of them is, maintaining a connection with Dr. MJ Malloy and staying apprised of recent studies that are happening. I know that we've been able to attend the cannabis symposium that MJ ran last year, and paying attention to other opportunities to weigh into projects. There may be opportunities to participate on advisory committees, for example, and just trying to make those links, and also, take a look at opportunities in the city where some of MJ's research might be helpful.
And a follow-up to that, I know there's a lot of grassroots organizations that see a need in this work, and I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to support some of those organizations to also do some research and to be able to provide free cannabis so that we can continue to meet the needs we have in an opioid crisis.
Hi, thank you. It's Alicia again. I just wanted to just also mention that we work very closely with the Vancouver Community Action Team, which I'm sure you're all familiar about. There's over 25 different organizations represented working at various levels of the overdose crisis. So we do have many partners, many different organizations, and people with lived experience of using various substances, including cannabis. So this would be another opportunity to be able to make some of those connections.
And then I guess recognizing our limited jurisdiction in this field, how are we advocating and ensuring that this research gets to the provincial and federal government to ensure that we can meet the needs of the residents of Vancouver that are recognizing the importance of the benefits of some of the research that we're seeing?
Well, we meet on a regular basis. It's Mary Claire Zach here through the chair with, of course, with Vancouver Coastal Health, and they recognize that they're aware of the research, etc. And we would be happy to support MJ in the advocacy efforts that he's undertaking as well.
Okay, and then if we look to bring some of our zoning in place to ensure that when the province steps forward with some of these changes, that we'll be ready to go?
So it's Catherine Holm here.
Yeah.
If there were additional sort of retail models or distribution models that came forward from either federal or provincial levels, we certainly would look at our municipal bylaws and make any identify any changes that needed to be made to bring forward to support these initiatives moving forward. So we would come back to you with any sort of necessary changes to bylaws.
Okay, thanks so much for this work and really appreciate it moving forward.
Thank you, Council. I've just been prompted by the clerk that we barely have quorum. So if folks have to turn on their videos to be present in the meeting, or else I have to start taking roll calls. But there's
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
yes.
I'm here. I just wanted to note that I'm sorry that my Wi-Fi connection's a bit spotty, so I have my video on, but I've turned it off for now.
Likewise, point of privilege, Mayor. I'm having a hard time connecting with video on. I got a bad Wi-Fi, so
okay.
I'm here as well.
Okay, so just be conscious of that fact, and if you are leaving, just let us know. Thanks. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. Really informative. I'm just curious about, given the initial focus of the motion and access to cannabis as an alternative, just how that intersects with, given our focus today of our conversation around overdose prevention sites and whether there's cannabis access within our existing sites and potentially the new site that was approved today.
Hello, Council. It's Diana Herford from Social Policy. No, cannabis is not offered as part of the new overdose prevention services that were approved by Council today.
I guess the secondary question would be is with our existing sites and the new one, is this something that we would be exploring as part of further research and regulatory contemplations?
I believe, again, Diana Herford, Social Policy, I believe that would be up to Vancouver Coastal Health and their operations. So not at this time, I don't believe.
Is VCH on the line? I know Dr. Malloy is, but...
No, not for this report.
Okay, well, I'll leave it there. It'd be interesting to hear more about that. But given we don't have anyone to answer that question further, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, Council, just a reminder that we do pause during votes in regular council meeting if folks disconnect, but I'll ask the clerk to contact Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to move that we receive this for information. I held my question.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for questions, Council. Thanks. So I actually don't think clerks we do move this. Yes. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. We have a seconder for this report.
Seconder.
Okay. Well, do yeas and nays. All in favor of receiving, say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks very much, Council. So that's it for the two held reports. We are now moving on to bylaws. We have 4 bylaws on the agenda for consideration. Council members who are not present for the meeting related to the public hearing enactments must confirm they've reviewed the proceedings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 3 is from the public hearing of November 14th. All council members who were not on council at that time, November 14th, 2017. So none of us, well, very few of us were here. So you need to have reviewed these proceedings to be eligible to vote. When I say your name, please state if you have reviewed and will be voting on the enactment. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Great. Councillor Boyle.
I have and I will.
Councillor Dominato.
No, I have not.
Councillor Fry.
I have and I will.
Councillor Hardwick.
No and no.
Councillor Kirby-Yung. Absent. Councillor Swanson.
No and no.
Councillor Wiebe.
No and no.
And I have, and I will. Does any member wish to hold any of these bylaws for debate, separate vote, or for conflict of interest?
I will vote I will be declaring conflict of interest on the votes related to patio.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the bylaw number there? I'm not sure if we exactly need it, but it would help. Hey, Councillor Wiebe?
Yes, it would be bylaw number 4450, bylaw 12714.
I think it's just 1 and 2.
Yes, bylaw 1 and 2.
Okay, thanks very much. And you've stated your reason. Okay, so can somebody move the adoption of bylaws 1 to 4?
So moved,
Right.
Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry seconded. Any discussion? I don't see anybody on the list. Okay, so all those in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. That carries unanimously, and the list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Council, there are now 3 administrative motions on the agenda. Clerks, these are not done in consent, right? These are separate ones, right? So 3 administrative motions. First one is the approval of form development 6808 Ash Street. Anybody want to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? And I'll just ask for verbal. I don't see anybody. Okay, somebody like to move the motion?
So moved, Councillor Swanson. Oh,
Councillor
I'll
Swanson.
second.
Councillor, moved by Councillor Swanson, seconded by Councillor Carr. Any discussion, please put yourself on the list. I don't see anybody. Okay, yays and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. The approval of form of development 6922 Ash Street. Anybody want to declare conflict of interest? And again, verbal's fine. I don't hear anybody. So someone like to move the motion?
So moved, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Seconder?
Councillor Boyle.
Right. Okay, I heard Councillor Boyle. Any discussion? Please put yourself on the list. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I'm going to move to yays and nays. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, that's carried unanimously. The final administrative motion is the form of development on 1920 Southwest Marine Drive.
So moved.
Thank you. Oh, just conflict of interest. Any conflict of interest first? I don't hear any. So we have moved by Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Councillor Boyle. Any discussion? Put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody. So all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Clerks, I'm just wondering if you can reach out to Councillor Kirby-Yung, because we're at the members' motion section of the council meeting.
Yes, we'll do that right now.
We can start with the first one, though, which is Councillor Fry's motion on replacing gender neutral language. So, Councillor Fry, you have up to 2 minutes to.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor.
Put yourself on the. There we go. Okay, go ahead. Up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And this is a pretty straight ahead kind of housekeeping motion. I was reading the charter the other day, as one does, and I came across a couple of clauses that really surprised me in their sort of overtly gendered language. In particular referencing the Director of Finance and the city clerk as he pronouns, and of course, neither our Director of Finance nor our city clerk are identify as he. And notwithstanding our Mayor Stewart and the tradition of men as mayors in this city, I was also shocked to see that the mayor was referenced as a he and a man and a his, and thought, this would be an appropriate gesture for, being that we're on a council that's majority women, and that I know a lot of young women who aspire to achieve great things, and I just thought, wow, wouldn't feel great to read that and think that they were unconsciously being excluded. So the charter was written in 1953. It's a pretty minor update. I would hope that the mayor could take this to our provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs when such a person is appointed after the election, and request this simple amendment to really reflect a gender-neutral language that is better reflective of our contemporary world.
Thanks very much. Any questions for Councillor Fry? Please put yourself on the list. Okay, I don't see any. So there are no speakers to this motion.
Second?
Second.
Councillor
Okay,
Bly?
Councillor Bly, I heard you. So we're on the, seconded by Councillor Bly. Is there any discussion here? Please put yourself on the queue if there's any discussion.
Sorry.
That's okay. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, I will be supportive. I'm really happy to see this move forward. I was sat on the TGV2S committee at the Vancouver Park Board. One of the things we looked at was pronouns and reviewing documents at the Vancouver Park Board. And I was involved in a workshop where I had to stand in front of a couple hundred people and tell a story about a relative of mine and not use any pronouns, and recognizing how this is something we utilize in our language quite a bit. And that I think this is a good step moving forward, recognizing how important pronouns are to identity. So I'm really supportive of this coming forward and recognizing how this will be more inclusive as a policy, and I think it's just a step in the right direction. So thanks for Councillor Fry for bringing this forward.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
I'll be brief. Seems like a no-brainer. Go Pete. I'm in.
Okay. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I actually did have a question for Councillor Fry, but I'll just ask it in a rhetorical way now, is what took you so long? I must say that when I, as we all were about 2 years ago to this day, I think actually, elected to this city council, the first thing I noticed was this chairman, chair, madam chair, all of these different ways in which we just don't speak anymore in our everyday life, generally speaking. So, and it struck me then, and I'm not sure why there wasn't more done sooner, but I certainly appreciate it and appropriately moved by Councillor Fry to change this language and support it wholeheartedly, and appreciate the work done to get it to this point.
Thanks. So a few comments. Councillor Fly, thanks very much for doing this. If we could strike out your worship, which I think is bizarre, or Mr. Mayor, I think that would be something that I would also add to this. And, you know, it's taken me forever to get they into my head. So I really appreciate this, and this is where the change starts. I do also think, too, that we could have this, you know, have all the corrections listed for the Minister of Municipal Affairs when they come back. And what they often do is they change little bits of the charter occasionally to match up with other acts, and then this could just be made available to them to move at their first opportunity. So I'll definitely, if we pass this, I will definitely suggest that to the new minister. So very supportive. Okay, that's it on the queue, Council, so we can vote on this. The clerks could load it up. Okay, Council. I note that Councillor Dominato and Councillor Kirby-Yung are absent, but that has passed unanimously. Okay, Council. We are moving to the next item, which is Councillor Kirby-Young's motion on mandatory masks. Council, clerks, have you had any luck? I'm just want to call your attention to the chat in the Cisco WebEx meetings. It says at 6:53, Councillor Kirby-Yung says she's stepping offline for a few minutes, and then 7:04, Councillor Dominato also has given notice that they're absent. She's absent from the meeting. I have to leave the meeting for a few minutes. I'm having the clerk contact Councillor Kirby-Yung, because without her being here, we can't move this.
Mayor, may I propose a motion to move to the next item on the agenda in the meantime?
Well, all we have we have very few things left on the agenda, Councillor Bly. We just have notice of members' motions, inquiries, and adjournment.
Perhaps we can see if there's new business. That's generally a discussion point. Waiting for.
We'd have to vote to alter the agenda, but happy to do that. I know the clerk. I'm just in contact.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, Councillor Deschanova.
I know we've done this before, Mr. Mayor, in extenuating circumstances, and I'm wondering if there was a way that we could refer this motion over to the committee to be dealt with, to hear from speakers.
We can't because it hasn't been moved. It's not the property of the Assembly. It's still the property of Councillor Kirby-Yung, and she has given notice that she is absent.
May I ask, could it be moved for her by another councillor?
Cannot be.
Parliamentary procedure, may I ask that?
Can't be.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask because I had understood that when we gave notice on motions, if we weren't in attendance for that, that we were able to have other members of council call notice for us if we weren't here ourselves. So I wonder why
it would be your motion, but you haven't. I mean, I can check with the clerks about that, but that would be your motion, then, Councillor Deschanova.
I mean, I in the interest of making sure that Councillor Kirby-Yung gets the opportunity to speak to it at committee, I'd be willing to move it over for her for that purpose.
Okay, I'll have to check with the clerk if it's proper for you to move the motion.
Thank you. I'm just trying my best to be supportive.
Point of privilege.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
She's back. Yay. Thanks.
Point of privilege. I am back online. Sorry, I'm suffering through a little bit.
Okay, so you're up then for to move your motion on masks.
Okay.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. And hopefully council can bear with me because I'm feeling a little unwell. So this motion asks council to consider, excuse me, a mandatory mask policy for civic facilities and to send it to our respective partners at the Vancouver Park Board and the Library for their consideration in order to move that best practice forward. I think that there has been debate around masks, but we are seeing a lot of emerging medical perspective and a coalition on the increasing perspective that masks can play a very important role in both preventing transmission as well as the severity of COVID-19 cases. And I would note that there is a consortium of medical professionals in academia in BC, about 171 so far, doctors and others, including the head of infectious diseases at St. Paul's, excuse me, who have signed on in support of this motion. I think it will help people to feel more comfortable. I think that we've seen TransLink, the City of Richmond, Delta, and others adopting it. We are in a second phase now, and I just want to know that we are doing everything that we can in order to, excuse me, in order to keep people safe. And that includes our staff as well. I've heard from some frontline staff in a number of our civic facilities also indicating that they have a discomfort with some of the working conditions, and I think we have to be cognizant of those. In addition to the medical considerations too, I think a lot of people have felt isolated and don't feel as comfortable going out yet, and if we can have our seniors or other folks visit a library with a degree of comfort, then I think I'm hopeful that we can take the opportunity to do that. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, so you have questions from Councillor Bly. Go ahead, up to a minute, Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to clarify, is the motion seconded now or is it seconded after questions?
No, after questions.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I just have a question. Given your perhaps experience on Parkwood, but I appreciate this motion goes beyond community centers and all civic facilities, including libraries, what have you. Could you just clarify the existing procedure right now as it pertains to masks in civic facilities?
Yeah, I understand that they don't have a mandatory policy, and I received a note from a frontline worker.
I imagine there's not. That's why the motion is here. I'm just asking what they're doing right now.
They're not requiring masks.
are they providing any instruction or masks if people forget their mask and they'd like one?
No, I understand they're not providing masks.
Nothing at all.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Thanks. That's the 1 minute. So just a minute here on the questions and answers. Clerk, you've flipped my screen, so I don't have my. There we go. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Boyle, up to you, up to 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I have a number of questions on this, but the one I'll ask in a minute is, I'm wondering, Councillor Kirby-Yung, how you imagine that staff would be expected to enforce this, particularly library staff?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Boyle. I'm not envisioning that we take an punitive approach. I think that what TransLink did was exemplary in terms of providing education, and they came out well in advance of the implementation date of doing some strong community outreach and messaging around that, and they were actually pleasantly pleased to see very strong compliance ahead of that date and the modeling of behavior. So I would envision the same approach here.
Okay, so no enforcement, just a decision and then kind of let the chips fall where they do?
Yeah, I think so. I think that, we're starting to see more adoption of math in general, and I think that the majority of people are following along if you ask them to do, and I think TransLink is a good example of that.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick.
How long does it last for?
I think until we receive any different information. I think one of the things we've learned with COVID, and clearly with we're seeing the medical profession with Dr. Fauci in the U.S., who came out on 60 Minutes on Sunday and said, you know what, I've changed my opinion on masks and I feel I was wrong. And he was pretty clear about that. As long as we feel that the science supports it, and hopefully till we get to a better place through COVID, we're heading into phase 2 now. And I wouldn't say that this is something that has to go on forever, but I think it's a measure that we need to take right now.
Thanks.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you. First question: have you talked with staff or conferred at all with any staff about this and the implementation of this?
No, because normally council takes a policy decision, and then it's sort of up to staff to move forward on the implementation measures. I do note that working with some groups that operate in facilities, such as the executive director of the Van Dusen Garden Society, that are strongly supportive of this. And as I said, I've heard from frontline workers, but I wouldn't suppose the implementation strategies. I've included sort of regular exemptions that have been made, such as for children under 5 or yes. Person with disabilities. But
just one final question.
Sure.
This is contradictory to the chief medical officer. How do you square that?
Well, if you're referring to Dr. Patricia Daly for Vancouver Coastal Health,
yes.
And Richmond also received a similar letter, but their council chose to proceed and pass it unanimously. I think that she had been concerned about marginalized peoples, and so the motion provides provisions for providing masks for people so that nobody is not able to do so.
We're at the minute. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I guess a couple of questions around, so this asks to share this information with Park Board and the public library, but really we're just talking about our own facilities, and Park Board and public library would on their own to decide what they choose to do in community centers and libraries and park facilities, correct?
Yeah, that's right, because it does fall under their jurisdiction, but I think we can show leadership here on it, similar to what we did in terms of endorsing drinking in parks, but recognizing that decision ultimately was the Park Board's.
Right, so ultimately, this would really just be applicable to city hall facilities and engineering yards, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and also civic theaters. I would make one small amendment when the motion hits the floor that we share it with civic theaters for information, but they would be subject to any decisions that the city takes because they have a different governance model.
Okay.
Councillor DeGenova.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just on to second the motion and move it to committee. So I'll put myself on after you, or after the last councillor on.
Yep. Okay. I have a question, so I'm going to just cede the chair to, I think, Councillor Boyle for the minute. Can you catch the chair, Councillor Boyle?
Yes, I will chair. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, thanks. Will this apply to fire halls, Councillor Kirby?
I was envisioning it would apply more to public-facing facilities, and I think that our first responders have, one second. Sorry, feeling a little unwell. I think that our first responders, whether it's fire or VPD, and I recognize that fire is a different governance structure, have specific requirements that are related to their ability to do their job. So I don't see it overruling their operational requirements.
Have you talked to any of the civic unions, for example, the firefighters or police or anyone else about this?
Well, I haven't spoken to police because they don't fall under our jurisdiction. That would be their decision.
Firefighters?
I had a conversation with one of the representatives from the firefighters union, and he commented that he liked the idea of masks.
So the firefighters support your mandatory ban?
They didn't formally endorse it. I had the one conversation with the representative from the union.
Okay, thanks. That's my minute.
Okay, and I will hand the chair back to you, Mayor
Thank
Stewart.
you. Councillor Weeb, for a minute.
Yeah, 2 questions. Which civic facilities do you think we are not doing a good job with our mask policy and are putting people at risk?
The frontline workers that I've had direct emails from have been community centers and a couple of library workers.
But both of those facilities are ones that fall under different rules, so those don't fall under the ones that you're going after, because that's right. The ones we're going after are the Vancouver ones that fall under City Council's jurisdiction. Is that not correct? And it'd be confusing if the city has a different policy than Park Board and VPL.
Well, I think we have the opportunity to take a leadership role here. We have the governance structure that we have, so I think what we can do is try to ask and have everybody support that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, 2 questions. Would this apply to our own staff, and would it apply to people that our own workers that are doing outside work, like the QP 1004 folks?
I think if they're engaging with the public, I think for the safety of the staff as well as the public, I think my personal perspective is I think that would be important.
What about like the people, people that are working in the council chambers and would they have to wear masks?
I would leave some of the nitty-gritty of those details to staff without sort of, getting too much in the weeds. But, again, I think just as we are respecting distancing requirements and council working virtually, not having the in-person meetings, I think we want staff to be comfortable in that environment. But I think that we have an obligation to give them the option to do that. But I'd leave that pretty in terms of internal meetings and that to staff. I'm really particularly focused on the interactions where we put people in situations with the public.
But this says mandatory.
That's it for the minute. Thanks. And that's it for questions. Councillor Dejanova.
I'm happy to second this and move it to committee move to hear from speakers at the committee on Thursday, October 22nd.
Okay. And do we have a seconder for the referral?
Hardwick.
Thank you. And we'll get yeas and nays. All in favor of moving it to the Thursday committee, say
yay.
Yay. Opposed, say nay. Great, that's moved over. Okay, Council, now we're on to notice of council members' motions. And if you want to put yourself on the queue. There are notices of council member motions for upcoming council meetings. And I've got Councillor Kirby-Yung on the list. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Sorry, I was not mute. My apologies. I do have one motion I'm jointly submitting with Councillor Fry, and it is it's entitled, Targeted COVID Funding Program for Vancouver's Chinatown.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm simply going to call notice on a motion. I was going to call it as an emergency motion tonight, but I think people are tired. Simply emergency action on Strathcona Park.
Okay, thanks so much. And that looks like it's it. Any inquiries or other matters? Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I have an inquiry which I'll email actually to the manager and councillors. So this is it. Whenever council thinks we need to do something important like improve access without fear policy or the rent eviction policies or decriminalizing poverty or restricting rent increases, We're told that staff has too much work and nothing can be done for maybe a year. So I'm understanding that council has been throwing a lot of work at staff and that we've had a hiring freeze, which has made things hard. But I'm wondering if we could get a memo that would outline who decides what the priorities are, on what basis, how much staff work, and the nature of this work, particularly in planning and ACCS, that was directed by the previous council, how often work schedules are reviewed and reprioritized, some idea of areas where hiring more staff could help alleviate work backloads, other ideas to alleviate work backloads, suggestions for how we can speed up important work, and budget implications for speeding up important priorities.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. I was hoping to ask a question, actually, for an update on the Strathcona Park situation, and specifically as pertains to our emergency COVID-19 relief for unsheltered Vancouver residents motion that we passed a week ago last Thursday. Just wondering if we have an update and sort of a timeline and a plan and that we can share with some of the public.
Over to the City Manager.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. It's Paul McCree, Deputy City Manager on. I'm happy to speak to that. So since the Council adopted the resolution, staff have now been actively working on a kind of more detailed assessment of the properties and options that address the different dimensions of that motion. There's a number of different elements to it, obviously. And so we're now doing detailed assessment of properties that might fit the need that Council articulated in that motion, including, discussions with the owners of those properties, more due diligence around those options, costing, and so on. So we will be coming back to Council as soon as possible with, those detailed analyses for Council to make some additional decisions on. But it's very much kind of top of mind and top of the priority list for the staff that are engaged in that work.
If I could add a quick follow-up to that question that I didn't touch on is the safety and policing component of it. I'm hearing a lot of concerns around public safety and where are the police, that the park's increasingly unsafe. Have we had any indication from the VPD about their approach as things are moving along?
I can't speak on behalf of the VPD, obviously, but my understanding is that they are making resource allocation decisions to address that, and we can certainly follow up with them and get you an update, Council, on the VPD's response to those issues.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have two related inquiries, and the first is my memory is that there is an accessible city plan underway that was approved or directed, I think, in 2018, and I'm wondering if Council can get an update on the work and timeline of that plan, either briefly now or as follow-up later.
Council, you're happy to follow up with the detail on that. It is part of that significant backlog of work that's sitting largely with ACCS staff right now that Councillor Swanson referred to earlier, but we'll follow up with more detail on the specific status of it.
Okay, I would appreciate that. And then somewhat related to that, I'm wondering if we have much information on accessibility in terms of the patios that were permitted over the summer, fall, and what that looks like going into the winter. I've had a number of people reach out with concerns that when they tried to access a patio, it wasn't accessible, and I know that was part of the conversation in wanting to see those move forward. So I'm just interested to know what staff have experienced on that front and what we might be learning to improve accessibility for those spaces as we see them continue year-round.
Yeah, certainly, Councillor. Yes, as you've heard from staff, accessibility has been one of the significant challenges and considerations there. So yeah, we're happy to follow up with our colleagues in engineering and provide you with a more fulsome update on that, where we're at, and what we've learned, and the challenges they're dealing with now.
Okay, would appreciate both of those. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor DeGenova.
Can you hear me there?
Can do.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I had to unmute myself twice. So thanks to the clerk for getting to that before me. There. This is an inquiry for the deputy city manager, and I've inquired about it before, but and I'm not sure if the answer has changed. But thinking about medical centers, people who need assistance from getting from passenger zones into spaces, thinking about people with mobility issues, seniors, as well as parents who are dropping their children off at childcare and may require more than the 3 minutes that is currently allowed at the passenger drop-off zones. I was wondering if this had been a consideration any further in the context of COVID by staff, because I've asked about this. I have a record of 4 times here, and I was just wondering if there was any update on staff's position on this from COVID. So is it okay to leave that with you, Mr. Mokri?
Yep, certainly happy to take that away, Councillor, and get you an answer.
Okay, thanks. And then I also I understand that there's some updates or some decorating that is planned for the 3rd floor foyer. I was wondering if you could perhaps share with us a timeline on that, and if council will have any opportunity to input on that, and if the budget will exceed the possible $20,000 that I understood might be spent from a recent email that we received from staff.
Yeah, Councillor, I don't have the kind of the latest status update on that. Not aware of any anticipation around budget changes to the budget, but definitely take the questions and we can follow up with council on those points.
And since council right now is it a consideration in the timeline and when and how this is executed? The fact that we also are recommending that the public not come right now to City Hall, is that being considered in this?
We can include kind of a comment on that particular point when we respond back. I believe that our earlier memo on that on this issue did address that point, but I'll confirm that, Councillor, and make sure that if there's any additional clarification, we add that.
Okay, and as council offices have always been on the 3rd floor along with council chambers, and it's a way that we welcome council or council welcomes people through the foyer. Is there any plans to engage council members directly to see if there's input on what they would like to see in addition to what has been planned? If and at such a time, council, I was just wondering if there were any plans to engage us on that.
My understanding is yes.
Okay, and that would happen prior to any changes.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. We're on to Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Mayor. And my question too is related to Strathcona Park, and appreciate the updates so far by Deputy City Manager. Specifically, I'm curious about the ways in which city staff are currently working with Park Board staff, understanding that the motion that was recently passed sort of impressed upon the importance of working with Park Board staff, and that it's a effort that covers both jurisdictions in terms of housing and homelessness, and also right now the park specifically around sanitation and overall management while we're looking at the shelter option. So really looking at how our staff and both Park Board and city staff working together right now to address some of these concerns.
Thanks, Councillor. So yeah, our staff, kind of at an operational level, our staff work very closely together, both Park Board staff and city staff, as well as VPD as well. So that's part of just how we generally work. I mean, there are similar to Oppenheimer and the other encampments that we've dealt with in Vancouver in the past. There are real challenges, obviously, particularly when we get to this point in the trajectory of these encampments, dealing with things like sanitation, just the amount of material that's in the camp and the safety issues associated with that. So this is pretty much the same trajectory that we follow in every case, and it becomes increasingly challenging and to be frank, unsafe for staff to be in there. So those are issues that we're managing, working and hearing from our unions as well around staff safety. But yeah, day to day, our staff work very closely with Park Board.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Great. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a minute to recognize two downtown Eastside stalwarts that we lost last week. Ian McRae was, he lived at the Four Sisters Co-op. He was the president of DERA for 10 years. He was a great volunteer in the downtown Eastside. He grew tomatoes. And the thing that I remember him for the most is he wrote absolutely searing letters to the editor defending the downtown Eastside low-income community. So I just wanted to give condolences to his partner, the poet Maxine Gadd. And we also lost Bob Sardi, who was a reporter at The Sun for a really long time. And progressive people could always rely on him to cover their stories. When he retired, he started volunteering practically full-time at Carnegie, doing everything from making chili to fighting to keep the casino off the waterfront, fighting for Insight. He actually hired me as a volunteer in 2006. He fought for Insight. He wrote 3 plays about the downtown East Side, one about yippies, one was The Militant Mothers of Raymer, and one was Bruce the Musical, which was about how the community won the Carnegie Center as a community center. So I just also want to give my condolences to his partner, Muggs Sigurd-Gearson, who was also was also a big downtown East Side volunteer. They were quite a pair. So yeah, we lost 2 really nice guys last week.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A couple of follow-up questions. One specifically related to Strathcona, and it's more, there's obviously the immediacy of the current situation, and I recognize that Councillor Spy and Councillor Fry have already addressed some questions around the public safety angle, but I'm curious if there is a strategy in the works, an interagency strategy around how we respond to developing encampments in future, given that there are emerging encampments in other parks at this moment. Because as we know, as they grow, it becomes more problematic, and we see what we're seeing now is increasing levels of violence. And so I'm just curious if something like that is in development with the different agencies. I know VPD's been calling for this, and we have a new GM of Park Boards just settling into enroll. So I'm just curious if that's something that's in consideration.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Ultimately, at the essence of that question, I think, is decisions by Park Board around reinforcement of the park control bylaw. Ultimately, no other agencies have the ability to operate in parks without kind of that. So at this point in time, we don't have any, I don't certainly have any understanding of any decisions from Park Board in that regard, but we can certainly refer that question to them.
Okay, that would be great. And then my second question is with respect to the budget process. We've received obviously some updates around that for coming up to December. And given the timing of the election and not knowing potentially results of that election until mid-November, and then it could be even weeks, to a month or longer after that till we hear more details about the restart funding, I'm just wondering how that's going to be factored into the budget development, whether there's some consideration around maybe not approving that budget in December, but waiting until January so we have a better sense of what funds are going to flow provincially. We'll also have a better sense of the pandemic as we're entering the second wave. Has that been given any consideration? Will it be?
Thanks, Councillor. Our recommendation continues to be that Council deliberate and approve the 2021 budget before the end of the fiscal year. It becomes increasingly challenging for us to manage where we head into the new year without a budget. And in particular, if there are cost reduction measures that have to be taken. The longer we delay that, the more difficult and more severe those cuts need to be. So particularly in a year where we're facing the type of revenue shortfalls we're going to be looking at in 2021, we would suggest there's real risk in deferring the budget discussion into the new year. Obviously, the issue that you raised around the provincial funding, yeah, that's, we were hoping to hear that, weeks ago now. We're hoping that we will get some indication from the province very quickly around what funding might be coming under the kind of restart program. But absent that, we'll be building the budget, without reliance on those numbers. So at least council will have a base scenario to proceed from. If additional funding does flow, then it's much easier, obviously, to add those things back in than to take them out.
Okay, great. Thank you for the update. Appreciate it.
Thanks. That's it, council, for the list for new business inquiries and other matters. So we just have adjournment. I think that's right, Clerk.
Councillor DiGenova.
Aw.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor DiGenova. Clerks, that's it though, right? We just, anything else outstanding before I call the vote on this?
No, nothing else, Mayor Stewart.
Great. Thanks very much, council. So yeas and nays. All in favor of adjourning, say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Thanks very much. Okay. Good night, and we'll see you shortly. Thanks, clerks, for everything, and staff.
Good night, council.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.